John.
John, this is Scott Walter.
Hey, Scott, how are you?
Well, not that great. I just came from the site, and the government won't let me in. It's bullshit. Dying to see this video here.
I'm glad to show it to you.
Yeah, say, I got to tell you, the government wouldn't let me in. How the hell did you get in and take these videos?
Well, I had a permit back in 2011. I tell you, if you want to know more about this, and this is how I found out about the site, you need to contact Richard Thornton. He's a Native American architect down in Georgia, and he's spent, a decade studying this.
Does he think there could be a Maya-Georgia connection at this site?
Yeah, and that's what caught my attention.
Walter.
Richard Thornton, glad to meet you.
I was visiting down at Chattahoochee National Forest.
Yes.
Tried to look at some mound structures. I'm investigating a possible connection between the Mayans and Georgia. And tried to go look at these mounds, and I was denied.
You're kidding.
No, I was denied. First of all, I take it you support this whole Mayan-Georgia connection?
Well, it's not even a theory, it's a fact. The Mayas are one of the Mexican Native American ethnic groups that became the Creek Indians.
What are some of the things that to you provide evidence of this assimilation, really, or this coming together here in Georgia from Mexico?
We have the architecture, we have the cultural traditions, the art are very similar.
Okay.
Approximately a third to a half of the words in the Itzati Creek language are either Maya or Totonac.
Okay, linguistics.
Linguistics.
If you're able to make a definitive connection, it will prove to me beyond a shadow of a doubt that we definitely have this connection between the Mayans in Mexico and Georgia.
It actually matches almost perfectly.
So we have a match, don't we?
Yes, we do.
You know what? I'm surprised, but yet I'm not surprised. Given everything that I've seen, this was the final piece to tie this together. At the start of a new Baktun, a new beginning. A new beginning might have been what the Mayans were looking for in Georgia.
Quite surprised to see you use the word Aborigines talking about African Americans. Quite surprised to see you use the word Aborigines talking about African Americans. Quite surprised to see you use the word Aborigines talking about African Americans.
Yeah, I mean, Olmec means rubber people, right? Otherwise, the Olmec, it is a civilization, it's a group of people that suddenly disappear. The Olmec, it is a civilization, it's a group of people that suddenly disappear. Right? And I guess the biggest mystery goes about those treasures left behind. And I guess you know those, right?
Yes.
Seen those. I guess you know, we're talking about the Olmec heads, right?
Yes.
Those made with the basaltic, rock, right?
Sí.
And I guess you know which is the point. The mystery, it is that those Olmec heads show us none of the features.
Right.
Can I say that? I'm not offending anyone. Am I offending someone? Not at all. Oh, no, sorry. Just want to say it once. Physical characteristics quite different to the rest of the people we have in this country, right?
Yeah.
So, physical characteristics quite different to the rest of the people we have in this country, right?
Yeah.
So, I guess you know what I'm talking about? I mean, the Mexican people always believe that the origin of the people in this country It is Asia, right? We say the last ice age, right? 25,000 years ago. The land bridge, Aleutian Islands, and the people going through the
Bering Strait.
Bering Strait, right? It is quite common for us to recognize those physical characteristics with the people in Yucatan and the Oriental Chinese people. Actually, so many people, I mean, one of the nicknames we have for the people around the area, we say Chino, China. I mean, because the almond-shaped eyes, right? See, we say like that. But those Olmecs, it's a kind of, I mean...
Shut your goddamn ass up.
Columbus never once set his foot on the American continent. On his third voyage, on August 7, 1498, 3 of his ships landed in South America. He did not come off the ship. He said he had arthritis. Did not come off the ship. Sent the landing party aboard, and a few days later, when he got into the Caribbean, he reported back on a mailboat to Spain that South America was an island, just as the landmass he had struck was an island, and just as he had reported earlier that Cuba was the continent. Just as he reported earlier that he was in India. Just as he reported earlier that the people were being called Caribs, when in fact Carib comes from Caraib, which means foreigner. They were calling the Spanish Caraib. Just as he reported earlier that the people were being called Caribs, when in fact Carib comes from Caraib, which means foreigner. They were calling the Spanish Caraib. These clowns, who knew nothing about linguistics or geography, or had no advanced science, stumbled into the Caribbean looking for gold, thinking they were in Asia. Columbus never saw the complexity of the Americans. It was Cortez, the first modern European of that Columbus era, who reported on what he saw in the core and heartland and center of American civilization. And Cortez said, and I quote him, "When I saw their pyramids and their palaces and their temples and their floating gardens, the chinampas, the most advanced agricultural technique then in the world, known only in medieval Ghana and Mexico, and their aqueducts and their reservoirs and their zoos and their running baths." There were very few running baths then in Europe. He said, "I have not seen its like anywhere." But what do we know of the American Indian? The edge, the periphery, the savages, the primitives. I grow up, I come to the city, I see movies for the first time. What do I see? I see these strange half-naked savages running about, woo, 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 woo. And there is John Wayne and Ronald Reagan picking them off from the caravan. Those are the images. And it affects the colonized people throughout the world. Because it's one thing to invade. All people have invaded or been invaded. This is another thing to wipe out the memory of their history until they themselves not only forget, but begin to preach and to propagate the same fictions about themselves that others have propagated. And when new facts emerge, and they're irrefutable, you find not only the Eurocentrics who will contest with you, but even those people who should know better, or at least attempt to know better, because they shouldn't know better, they're part of this civilization, they're part of its falsehood, that should at least attempt to revise their conceptions, they become involved in it.
and or read enough of the literature on Europeans to see their double talking. All right? So we're going to start off with the out of Africa theory, but it's synonymous to the Human Genome Project because both of them are for eugenic-based endgames for white people to keep dominance and control over the educational institutions of the world and to intentionally and purposefully block you from studying the past records of indigenous history, which you think are primitive in the way of non-technical, which you could not possibly be wronger than, having that erroneous thought. The civilizations that came prior to Europeans back into antiquity were the most technologically sound institutions that we could produce at any given epoch. Anybody can slip on a banana peel, and our ancestors did that. So we are thus in this particular situation as a result of not following the best of what we had to offer. And in doing so, now we have to turn back and look at the mistakes that we have made and then counter those mistakes with the proper things to put in place. So, with that being said, what is going on with this out of Africa theory? Well, the beginnings of this theory starts with the founders of eugenics. Most people don't look at Charles Darwin as a founder of eugenics. They look at his cousin, Francis Galton, as a founder of eugenics. But Charles Darwin and Thomas Huxley were the founders of the base of the out of Africa theory. In the material called The Descent of Man, Darwin was the first European to speculate that humans descended from apes and began to eventually evolve through the processes of natural selection and walk upright. And he labeled those particular great apes or hominids as African. Right? And a direct quote from him from The Descent of Man says, "In each great region of the world, the living mammals are closely related to the extinct species of the same region. It is therefore probable that Africa was formerly inhabited by extinct apes closely allied to the gorilla and chimpanzee, and as these two species are now man's nearest allies, it is somewhat more probable that our early progenitors lived on the African continent than elsewhere. But it is useless to speculate on this subject for an ape nearly as large as a man, namely the Dryopithecus of Lartet, which was closely allied to the Anthropomorphus Hylobates, existed in other parts of the planet." He goes on to talk about Europe and other places. But they proposed this. So the out of Africa theory comes from Charles Darwin. The reason why Charles Darwin is significant is because his cousin Francis Galton is the founder of modern day eugenics, and eugenics is the concept of the self-controlled evolution of the races on this planet. The self-control, meaning that one group of people will control the evolutionary destiny of another group of people through whatever means that they're going to use, which is usually through the institution set up in a society to make sure that those particular people become an asset and a collateral for the gentry. All right? So now when you look at black people all across the planet, original people all across the planet, various nationalities, they are on the bottom. Now you say, well, there are successful black people on the planet. Yes, there are, but they are not contending with the psychological and the institutional genocide that is being implemented on them, or the banning of their natural law systems in their ancient forms or in their successful forms, in the sense that they will compete with the rest of the world for self-sustaining without the tutelage of white folks or other groups of people who are of the same gene pool as that group of people. So Charles Darwin offered this, and now you have African scholars and others who are using this eugenicist family as the basis for their scientific claims. Now, without doing a composite study on the history of Charles Darwin, one cannot understand why he would have an end game or a desire to propose such a thing when he knew from the records of the Muslims, the black Muslims that he had studied, like Al-Jahiz, who gave him his first teacher, who gave him his first lessons of the former world's concepts on the origin of man, woman, etc., from the works of Al-Jahid. Al-Jahid was a scholar of the 9th century in Arabia and then later in Baghdad, who made proposals about the origins of man and woman based on indigenous records, based on using Quranic sciences, etc. Charles Darwin borrowed from him and created what is called natural selection today and warped it away from its indigenous connotations. But my point is that the book Descent of Man first proposes this, and when you see the little pictures of the gibbons and the hominids ultimately standing up upright to look like human skeletal forms, that was proposed by anatomist Thomas Huxley, who is basically called the pit bull or the bulldog of Charles Darwin. All right. So all of these people were a part of families. Juxtaposed to that, James Watson, one of the founders of the modern templating of the DNA helix, was fired in 2007 for making a statement that peoples of African descent are less intelligent than Europeans. Why he's important is because he was working at the National Institute of Health when the Human Genome Project was crafted, and as a founder of templating the DNA helix with Francis Crick, he's also a eugenicist. All right? A knight, knighted because of his work by Queen Elizabeth. So these are families of people. James Watson graduated from high school at the age of 14 and entered college at the age of 15 and graduated with his PhD by the time he was 22. So one of the things that I want to point out is that when we look at eugenics and we look at institutions, we are looking at people who form those institutions for their lineage and their race. So what do you have? And why are you so proud of arguing about things where you don't even have an institution to lay the base to make arguments? So I'm warning you, don't call in tonight with that craziness. All right, so what are the questions that we want to propose about the end games? Natural selection, which is allegedly survival of the fittest species. And the key question that we're asking tonight is this is the question. This is the question that that is being proposed by these eugenicists in their function, their social functions. And it was, how do we take those most fit to survive? Since natural selection deals with survival of the fittest, this is what their premise or their activity surrounds, this concept. How do we take those most fit to survive, who are those of African descent? How do we take those via self-controlled evolution and make them least fit to survive? This is why you have an out-of-Africa theory. This is why you have the cousin of the man who proposed the out-of-Africa theory, Francis Galton, coming with the concept of eugenics. This is why you have a Planned Parenthood. This is why you have black women who have no civilization, who are savage as hell, who open their legs for anybody because they haven't been taught the culture of civilization.
100 years later, the Negro is still languished in the corners of American society and finds himself in exile in his own land. In exile in his own land, in his own land. In exile in his own land, 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 in his own land. In exile in his own land, in his own land. In exile in his own land, in his own land.
Period. And the racial identity of all Indians is brown skin with beautiful curly hair from every level of wavy to the curliest of curl, from the lightest of cream to the bluest of black.
100 years later, the Negro is
You know what the most dangerous thing in America is, right? Nigga with a library card.
100 years later, the Negro is still languished in the corners of American society. He finds himself in exile in his own land. In exile in his own land. In his own land. In exile in his own land. In exile in his own land. In his own land. 100 years later. 100 years later. 100 years later. The Negro is still languished in the corners of American society. He finds himself in exile in his own land. In exile in his own land. In his own land. The Negro is still languished in the corners of American society. The Negro is still languished in the corners of American society. "100 years later,
You know what the most dangerous thing in America is, right? Nigga with a library card.
Borrow time on stolen land. Borrow time. Borrow time on stolen land. Borrow time. Borrow time on stolen land. Borrow time. Borrow time on stolen land.
What if I said slave ships were a myth? What Middle Passage? What boat they do it with? I can't even deny that I don't even buy this fairy tale lie. Okay, let me try. Please explain to me, cause I don't understand. I got questions, since you say I'm not from this land. What size were these wooden boats for this slave trade? How many were built? Where exactly were they made? Where were all the factories and shipyards to do it? Sailing here from Africa with big storm damage to it. So 300 shackled people all managed to fit, lined up and stacked up below deck on the ship. Let me get this straight. How long was this trip? So shouldn't they have drowned in feces and piss quick? How many super slave masters made up this crew? Where they store supplies, weapons, water, and food? So little boats fought 150 million here over 300 years, then all disappeared. Cargo ships today couldn't do this, am I wrong? Original Americans been here all along.
Borrow time on stolen land. Borrow time. Borrow time on stolen land. Borrow time. Borrow time on stolen land. Borrow time. Borrow time on stolen land.
Let me make sure I got this correct. Was it 300 or 400 years of slave ships in effect? The years don't even add up from 1492. Where's the evidence? If all of this is true, that West African slave portal is a sham, because Goree Island got too many rocks for boats to land. The bigger the hoax, the more people believe. To steal this land, so-called black folks were deceived. In 1620, Pilgrims got to Plymouth Rock. 1607, Jamestown, Virginia set up shop. Funny, they won't talk about colonies before. In the 1500 Moors killed them off at the shores. But who are these so-called Indians they won't discuss? Like Manhattoes, Algonquins, and Gullas, this is us. Children born from black women from 1705 were then branded as Negroes instead of Indians. Surprise? So who taught European settlers by the thousands about agriculture, medicine, food, and housing? Lynchburg, Virginia was named after Willie Lynch, whose 1712 letter made the system a cinch. 1724, the Church of State wrote black codes for their war against indigenous Moors. To steal our nationality, status, our land, our birthrights, and inheritance with fraud and paper, understand?
Borrow time on stolen land. Borrow time. Borrow time on stolen land. Borrow time. Borrow
Occupying foreigners have no jurisdiction. Psychotic thugs that believe in their god, which is gold, oil, and drugs. They deceive by their fraud. Like their genocidal wars that they brag. Their star-spangled banner is not the American flag. It's a merchant trading banner for so-called commerce. A word that must mean conquest by army, banks, bombers, and companies owned by occupiers doing too much. Those 6 white stripes refer to the Dutch, English, Scottish, Irish, French, and Germans if you combine them. Different draws, same funky crotch behind them. This banner means the artificial corporations, entities, and foreign agents posing as a nation. Why? The George Washington symbology saying he couldn't lie. He chopped down the cherry tree. Could that been the flag with the tree that was red of indigenous Moors here defeated instead? Speaking of that Washington name, was DC named after him cause washitaw sounds the same. Louisiana purchased, ceded by Spain. To France wasn't theirs to even sell or give away. Washitaw's Empress Turner Goss and el-bey won the land back but ain't got spot to this day. She related to another who really made him tremble. Noble Drew Ali of the Moorish Science Temple. From Alaska to Argentina, he put in a trust. In 1928, world bankers found out in disgust, so they caught the Great Depression, calling in all the loans to try to delay the fall of modern Rome. But now they can't run or escape their debt cause they're done. Divine penalties will wipe them out more ways than one. Borrow time on stolen land. Borrow time on stolen land. Borrow time, borrow time.
Mama knew what she was talking about, but I always thought that she wanted to be something that we wasn't. And I remember I used to say, Mama, we black. She said, I don't care how black. She said, you're an Indian. That's
well, first, let's think about something. Where did America come from? Have it always been America? Or was it just created to be America? Who are the real Americans? America keeps changing and changing and changing. Let's go back in time when the American Indians looked like I look.
When I was reading to prepare for this interview, I was quite surprised to see you use the word Aborigines talking about African Americans.
You know, I've dealt with that issue. I've already, talked publicly about that.
And my purpose here today is to say that I'm very sorry, and I apologize to anyone whose feelings were hurt by my comment.
I've made very, very clear I don't know where that comment comes from.
Well, from your subconscious.
Well, I guess. I mean, it's not even a normal thing anyone would say, even if you meant something in a negative fashion. I don't know if you would pull that out. But for me personally, you can't just close down camp and stop trying to do the things that you think are right. Just because somebody, you may give them an unfortunate bit of ammunition, you still got to continue to fight on and do what's best for the state in the long run. And but frankly, it's going to give me the opportunity to talk about things that I may never been able to talk about before.
You mean the bill?
Well, the bill, or talk about race relations issues, things like that. I mean, I have a freedom that a lot of people don't have because of that.
Because you used the word Aboriginal.
Now, how to do that takes education. But the Foundation for Indigenous Americans has already started to set the groundwork for all Negro descendants to register so that they can be counted as Indigenous Americans. It's not hard. It's a simple step. Anybody, especially anybody born after 1950. Because as we know, if in 1963, all of us, all our elders knew that they were Indian, the question is, why didn't they tell the generations after that what their birthright was? Even though we may not like what has become of what our ancestors left us, it's up to every generation in their truth to make a stand and make a change. But we don't have a right to deny the future generations the inheritance of life given to them because of the mistakes of our ancestors in the past. We need to take stock in who we are. Now, why haven't we taken stock? Because we haven't taken a moment as a people to understand why we are being oppressed. Oppression always goes down. And the racial identity of all Indians is brown skin with beautiful curly hair from every level of wavy to the curliest of curl, from the lightest of cream to the bluest of black, to the broadest of nose and the fullest of lip, to the Asian iconic eyes. That is who we are. That is our ethnicity. And as you see, you look at this beautiful sister. She's 10,000 years old, found right here in America. All right? She is one of us. Think about it. I know this sister, her descendant who looks just like her, living today in Atlanta, Georgia. So it's just to show that we've been in America for thousands upon thousands of years.
And there are just some things that are not comfortable for white people. They're not comfortable for them to talk about the possibility that Africans were here before the Europeans. So what do you do with the heads in Mexico that you find at San Lorenzo, at Tres Zapotes? What do you do with those? All right? You ignore them. What do you do with Columbus's diary that says the Africans know a way to the west, but it goes around the doldrums, we would never survive? What do you do with that? You ignore it. What do you do with Balboa's diary that says we came upon this African village in the isthmus? How did these Africans get here? What do you do with that? You ignore it. Why? To preserve the myth that the Europeans were here first. What do you do with all of this written literature and history that says that Abubakar II of Mali sent 200 ships to the west, and one came back and said they were afraid that the others disappeared? And then to have Balboa find this village that looks just like Mali, where he was, what do you do with this information? You ignore it. You ignore it. Why? To preserve the myth of white superiority. That's what our whole educational process is devoted to. What do you do with this whole history? This is a written history, my dear. Written. I'm not talking about hearsay. I'm not talking about a griot said this. I'm not talking about something handed down from one generation to the other through voice. I'm talking about written history of the Egyptians. What do you do with this? You ignore it.
I know something I won't tell. I won't tell. I won't tell. I know something I won't tell.
What you know, huh?
Well, it's just that Injun Joe is ticklish.
Anything else? Oh, no!
And so, America became the great nation she is today, thanks to brave men like these.
Shucks, it weren't nothing.
Part of American history that most people want to talk about, but beyond just American history, the Washitaw, we have our own history. The history of the Moors is there. It's been twisted and distorted, and it's just murky legends and the stories that kind of hide the evidence of the Washitaw and the Moors. The evidence of the Washitaw is very prevalent. It's just not being promoted and being taught in the education system. No one wants to talk about a race of people who were here, civilized, organized, and giant black people.
This presentation is an update of the South Carolina interview done in the summer of 2011 entitled African Americans Ain't African. I received almost 60,000 hits and thousands of comments, most of the comments being favorable. The ones that weren't favorable, well, they still help because they help keep us sharp. The drawings and pictures you are about to see should prove without a doubt that the people commonly referred to as African Americans are none other than the Anasazi races of North America. More information can be obtained at AfricanAmericans.org. Enjoy the presentation. Just 70 miles south of Birmingham, Alabama lies Moundville Archaeological Park. Moundville was a major center before European contact. The lifestyle mannequins pictured here are the forebears of the indigenous people who live there to this very day. I contacted the museum and asked how long had these mannequins been part of the exhibit. I was informed that they had been there since the early 70s. In 2010, the museum received a facelift, and now these are the new residents of Moundville. These people are replacing the indigenous people. This is further proof, as many have speculated in the past, that the black Negro American is being Africanized off of his ancestral homeland. So now when you visit the museum, you get this instead of this. Kind of like going from this to that. In his book, Confederate Currency, The Color of Money, the author John Jones showed how the black Negro Americans were used on the money in the southern states. Question: would Europeans drag people from halfway around the world, then put them on their currency? Of course not. They were trying to get the indigenous people to use money because they have never used it before. So adding them on the money made the Amerindians think that they were becoming part of a European economic system, when in reality it was used to steal their earth. It is important to keep in mind that at this time, the Europeans thought that the world was flat. But when they got to the Americas, that notion was immediately discarded. We all know that very bright talents may be lodged under a very dark skin. William Byrd, 1728. William Byrd was a tobacco planter in Virginia. When he talks about dark skin, who is he alluding to? Well, let's take a look. This photo shows how an original work can be transformed throughout the years. The first female is the prototype of the so-called African American female. The second image shows you the same drawing, but major changes have occurred. Her hair is different, her skin is a little lighter, her features different, her clothes are different. The third drawing is a 180-degree shift from the first two. It is here where the African American history begins. First, the image is looking away from what the first two images are looking at. Second, the third female looks like she's not even from America. She looks like she can be from almost anywhere: India, Asia, Middle East, etc. Though she is a copy of the first two females, the third image has pearls on her neck. Pearls are not the preeminent jewelry among North American Amerindian females. They have many choices. mainly cloth, silver, gold, turquoise, obsidian, animal teeth, and a host of other minerals that the earth produced. This female is from the continent of Africa. When you compare her to the indigenous American females, right away you can see the differences. The African female is of a brown hue, obviously because she lives on the equator where the sun feels like it's in your lap. Also, most of Africa is desert and plains. They live in a completely different environment than the people of North America. This late 1700s drawing of the reconciliation between Britannia and her daughter America should pose some serious questions. How did America get to become Britain's daughter if America was here before Britain even knew she existed? Why is America surrounded by English, Spanish, French, and Portuguese men? Where are the American males? Why is the female depicted as America running into the arms of Britannia? And is the woman depicted as America, is she from Africa? These images are entitled Emblem of America and were published in the late 1700s. Who are the children in these images? Who are the people going into the waterfall behind them? Are we to believe that these children came to America on so-called slave ships? Do they look like slaves? This photo is entitled An Indian Warrior Entering a Wigwam with a Scout, taken from a series of letters by an officer traveling through the interior part of America. Doesn't he look like someone we all know? This drawing is signed by the author in 1695 and is called Ancestral Tablets. This drawing is from the New England part of America, around Boston. Question: are these people slaves? This drawing is from the book Biography and History of the Indians of North America by Samuel Drake. This book was published in 1834. Again, does this man look like he just got off of a slave ship? And if he did, where is he from? Is he black? Is he a Christian? Is he a Democrat? No, these are the identities that the Amerindians accepted when they became U.S. property. This is a drawing I found online. The book that it came from was written in a language I didn't understand. But notice the word above the drawing says Florida. All of the other males in the photo are dressed just like the male on the stage. Are these the indigenous people of Florida? Another Florida drawing. I would like to point out that when you search these images online, you'll find other images that are complete replicas of these. The ethnic identity of the people are always changing, just like at the Moundville Museum. This drawing is of the Caribbean. When we talk about the Arawak or Carib Indians, this is who they are. They didn't die out. They just had their identities altered. This is an early map of Paraguay in South America. Notice the indigenous people being depicted here. Notice the animals that they are with. Are those the same animals that one would find on the continent of Africa? The reason I'm showing you North America, South America, the Caribbean, and now Mexico is to show you how the empire was wiped out. The Anasazi race are the indigenous people of America. America is the landmass and the people were the Anasazi. It didn't become divided until the colonizers came and started giving out their names and we accepted them. So now instead of being Anasazi, we are black, Mexican, Puerto Rican, Jamaican, Moor, Christian, Guatemalan, and whatever else name they decide to give us. That's why the borders were put up. America has been carved into almost 100 different nations and states. This is a main obstacle to unity. These pictures are from Mexico. But what was it before it was called Mexico? The Spanish came in and claimed it theirs and named it Mexico. But who were the indigenous Mexican? And what was their relationship to the indigenous people of North America? Or were they the same people? This is an indigenous female from Arizona. Notice the facial similarities she shares with the Aztec female from Mexico. Could these females be of the same bloodline? Indigenous males in Arizona. Notice the shelter in the background. Could the males living in the cities today go out in nature and build them a shelter to protect them from the elements? These last drawings are off the coast of California. Do these people look like they've ever been in captivity? Are we to believe that these people were kidnapped from somewhere in Africa and brought all the way to California? I hope this presentation has given you enough information to spark you to do your own research. And when you do your own research, you will come to the same conclusions that I have, that African Americans ain't African. Thank you.
The text in just one way, in just the literal historical way of looking at it. When it has many levels to this, there's many modes of scheme to this information. And we have to be able to decode it. Asaru Kwesi have already taught us the science that the ancestral data bank, which the brother we talked about, astral projection, that's the ancestral data bank in which that Asaru Kwesi is talking about. That's how you go back into and gain communication with your ancestors. There's nothing spooky about no damn communication with your ancestors. This is who you are. You are a damn byproduct of 7 generations back on your mother's side, 7 generations back on your father's side. And you are a combination or accumulation of those concentrations of energies and memories. So when you want to tap into those memories, you have to go back into what's called the ancestral data bank, or what they refer to now within the occult realm as the astral projection. All right? Let's continue on, because it's going to get better. All right, right here in the Forbidden Archaeology, the hidden history of human. Michael Creedmoor, you know what I'm saying? States right here that a groove spear from the pre-Cambrian South African miner has found hundreds of metallic spears well underground, and at least one which has 3 parallel grooves running across the equator. The spears are of 2 kinds, or 2 types. One type is composed of a solid bluish material, or metal, with white flakes. The other is hollow and filled with white, spongy material. According to the scientists, the spears are found in pyophytic rocks, which is mined in Western Transvaal, South Africa, which is 2.8 billion years old. And what it says, the spears are not natural objects and their origin is unknown, but they obviously was created by intelligent beings. So you worried about 4,000-year history? You worried about some damn Turks who just got here less than 6,000 years ago? When your damn history goes back to almost 3 billion years on this damn planet and can be proven? What the hell y'all thinking about? Let's continue on. Right here, Scientific American Magazine, 1852, June 5th, and it says right here that they found, it says geological surveys as pudding stone over 600 million years old. You know what I'm saying? So these things are made over 600 million years ago. 1928, discovered a 12-inch square polished cube on the floor of a tunnel after a blast. It dates back. The coal in the mine is believed to be 286 million years old. In a nearby mine, a solid block of silver in the shape of a barrel was found in a rock 320 million years old. When Honorable Elijah Muhammad told you that you had no set birth record, that's no bullshit. That's real. That's real. You have no set birth record. Right here, this is a picture of the Twa people. All right, this is off the wars in ancient Kemet. This is also and there was also called the Anu or the On or the Amu people. There also was called the Tassetians. All right, this is a photohistoric figure of Taraneter, a noble of the Anu or the Anumu race, who was the first inhabitants of Egypt or ancient Kemet. All right, this is just one of the pictures. In the gods and spacemen in the ancient West. Don't get confused with the spacemen, because in the culture of the ancient Kemites as well as in the Dogons, who are the ancient Egyptians who came from out of ancient Egypt about 8,000 years ago. They left Egypt 6,000 BC. This has been documented as they moved from out of Egypt into Mali. Okay? It says right here, states that the Pygmies, the Twa, which of course the word Twa comes from the word Ptah, Anu, Amu, On, or On, inhabit the earth for 30 million years. Okay. Now, hold up. Yes, these are crackers. writing your history, but they telling you that you've been on this planet for millions and millions and billions of years. Civilizations in which that has risen and has fallen, in which you have no documentation for. Can't have no damn documentation for something that goes back 3 billion years. Are you out your damn mind? Doesn't mean that it don't exist? No. They have found evidence of the existence. We just gave it to you. Continue on. In the Hidden Life of Freemasons, C.W. Ledbetter, 33 degrees. That pygmy race is a relic of the old Lemurians and represents the more purely than any other people. The Lemurians were at one a gigantic people, but in process of dying out, they diminished in size. The African Bushmen are also remnants of the same race, but was very mixed blood, and the same thing is true of those who are usually called the Australian Aborigines, except that in their case, they're very alike admixtures of what they call Aryan blood. Anybody who studies the information coming from out of Australia, they know that they went through the same process of the bleaching process, just like all countries who come in contact with the cracker, you know what I'm saying? We here in America got colonialized, as well as also in Africa, all right? So at that time, the pygmies were spread all over a great deal of more of Africa than at present, and some of them were the first people to enter Egypt, or Kemet, all right? And the reason why I be saying that is because here go a picture coming from out the same book in which that the brother had up here called the Children of Mu. Only thing they saying is that the Twa people, which he didn't give you no reference from the book in there. He didn't tell you this about the pygmies that they referred to as the first people on the planet dating back over 30 million years ago in here. But he showed you the covers of the book, the cartoons and shit. You know what I'm saying? All looking beautiful, you know, and just making your asses laugh, and that was just funny. But go inside the book, and let's see what these authors are saying about you. Let's see what they're saying about you. All right? So we know that there's a geographical position of the of Mu. That is what you call now the remnants of the Hawaiian Islands. If you don't believe me, look up the sovereign kingdom of Hawaii, and they will tell you that they are the remnants of Mu. Matter of fact, the damn capital of today is called Maui. M-A-U-I, which is nothing more than Mu. We're Moors. Stop that bullshit. Right here, according to David Childress, Hawaii, Fuji Islands, Easter Island, and some of the Los Angeles areas are the last remnants of the great Elmorians or Lemurian Empire. The Elmorians' descendants are said to be primarily the people of the South Seas and Oceania. It says in Hawaii there is one island which is of only pure-blooded Hawaiians live. They have full Afrocoid features, dark skin, and woolly hair. And woolly hair. There's only one race of people on the planet who got woolly hair. That's it. Right here. 100 Amazing Facts About the Negro by J.A. Rogers states the people of Negro descent living in Asia, hence the term Asiatic, and Oceania probably exceeded in the numbers of the present Negro population of Africa. The purest Negro types are in the southern Asia. This is the reason why the term Asiatic was used, not because of no damn Turkish influence. Let's get that straight. Right here, Albert Churchward and the Children of Mu claim that there were 64 million people who died in the sinking, or what they call those islands with volcanic activity sinking beneath the ocean floor of the Pacific Islands, which is Hawaii, and are the remaining mountain peaks of the lost continent. It says precise, detailed maps of the lost continent of the Mu and Atlantis was found on stone tablets from pre-Inca civilization in Peru. Get this movie called Celestine Prophecies. It's a movie. Celestine Prophecies is a book actually written by James Redfield. But in the movie, there are two crackers riding down the road. These two Albions are riding down the road. One turns to the other one and says, well, how did they get the land in which they have quiet? Referring to the Catholic Church. Guess what this cracker said and looked at him and said? He looked at him and said, the Moors gave it to them through a land grant. This is in the movie. Go get this movie. Right here, Albert Churchward, read this, check it out. Information is there. This is the Black Queen, the last queen of the Hawaiian Islands. 1893, Lila'u Kalani. Right here, sister, She don't look like it? Is she a sister or what? Oh, I know I hear some speaking up in here. During the same year, Sergeant William Wani from the Army Intelligence in Oahu is one of the leading authorities reporting the ruins of the submerged Lemurian city between Oahu and Maui, which is Moon. Aslan, which is Atlantis, who is known as the Kemites, which is the Egyptian priests. The Olmec, who is called the She people, named in their Kushite language Uta, which means to vacate. When the Olmecs discovered there was an actual a North Uta and a South Uta, the word Uta became plural, which became Aslan, which becomes the word Atlantis, where it arrives from. So you're talking about did Lemuria exist, did Atlantis exist, and they tell you that there was our people on these islands? Hell yeah. I'm taking back our goddamn history. Right here, this is another picture of the Atlantic. You've seen the Lemuria, now you see the Atlantic. In the making of Egypt, page 68, it states that there is an aboriginal race of Anu or Anu people of the sun, called the Sun people. Who are you today? You're the Sun people, who became a part of the historical inhabitants who find that they occupy southern Egypt and Nubia, and the name is also applied in where? Sinai and Libya. He showed you the Libyan president. You got confused with the Libyan president, Omar Gaddafi. That motherfucker wasn't originally there. You was there. They don't speak about the historical origin. You can find that in Sex and Race by J.A. Rogers, volume 1, 2, and 3. As the southern Egyptians who have been the most essential document and a portrait of a chief, Tara Netta, close to Sa Netta, ain't it? All right. Roughly modeling the relief in a green glazed faucets found in the early temple of Abydos. Rescinding his name, his address given to the earliest of the visiting cars. It says the place of the Anu in Hermes city, Terra Netta. It says Hermes was the name of the god of Terhemium. Now, that also is a code word for Hermes, which would be, of course, Tahuti. All right, 13 miles south of Luxor, Ermit, opposite to it was the place of the Anu of the south. There was evidence of advanced cultures that dates back millions of years. Millions of years. So we ain't talking about no 4,000 years ago. Thinking that pyramids were just built 4,000 years ago. We've been here millions of years. In Pygmy, this is the name of the book. Katabu, John Pierre, Hallett documents that the Twa, or the Pygmies of Zaire, as the world's most genetically pure ethnic group, is surviving since the dawn of humanity in real harmony with God, nature, and each other. Their bones have been found all over the globe. Right here, Albert Churchward, Signs and Symbols of Primordial Man, states that the Twa people are the original and the oldest living people on the face of the planet Earth, period. Right here, it says, Cheyenne D. Rohan reports the right use of will that the Lemurians were small and brown, referring to the Twa people. So, do your history exist back to Lemuria? Yes, you're the El-Morians. You are the Moors. You are the Mu, or the Anu, or the Anu people, the sun people, the water people. The element, the first element is hydrogen. Hydro is water, jin is fire. Let's get it right. This is the landmass of ancient world. The landmasses were together. Let's get that right. Right here, this was the one world order before this mess that they're trying to perpetrate now. This is when all the continents were together. Noble Drew Ali speaks about this in the Holy Quran, Circle 7. And based on the fact of the great, what we call the continental drift, is how we get our various people in these various land masses today. Right here, this is a Fez, goddammit. This ain't come from no damn Turk for 1400, 1200 BC. This is the Canaanite god by the name of El. By El. By El. El means power, force. That's what El nothing to do. That is wrong. The R and the L is interchangeable in the ancient Kemetic script. That is wrong. Wrong. The chief or the paramount and the father of the gods worshipped by the Canaanites of Israel. Not only we daggone Moors, we're Israelites, Hebrews, which is the portrait here in gold covering. Right here, excavated at Megiddo, Israel is dated back to 1400 to 1200 BC, way before the Turks stepped on the scene. These crackers were still in the goddamn caves, crawling around on all fours, eating meat, and doing every damn thing unnatural. Right here, when I went to the British Museum in London, this is the pamphlet that I got. What the hell is that on top of his goddamn head? What is that? Come on! Y'all niggas was up here clapping a few minutes ago. I want to hear some clapping now. This dates back 3000 BC. 3000, that ain't no damn cracker. You ain't never seen no cracker with no damn curly ass, nappy ass hair like that. Here go the picture some more.
Black man? Look black.
You don't think so? We getting ready to find out. We getting ready to find out. This is in your Bible. Nah, that's our Bible. It is the Sun Book. That is the summary of our ancient teachings. The cracker ain't got nothing to do with that. Only thing he did was translate it from out of our original tongue into his language. The teachings are still ours. Get Dr. Pastor Ray Higgins and Oswald Kwesi's tapes on the origin of Freemasonry, as well as also on the origin of civilization. This ain't no joke. I ain't here for no damn games. I'm showing you the truth. This goes back 2300 BC. Before some damn Turks. No Turks rocking no damn fezzes. There's an after effect of when we lost consciousness. We got amnesia. You got amnesia now. We all damn had it. We all been Hiram Abiff, knocked in our damn head and laid in the north. You in the north now, called North America. That's where your ass laid now, right now. And it's time to resurrect back at the 90 damn goddamn degrees perpendicular level. Right here. This is off the wall of Samaria, dating back 3,560 BC. Ancient Egyptians. Now say that these are damn crackers. Now say that. These are the same people, the Sumerians, the Lemurians, and the Tomorians, or Tamaranians. Same people. You done lost your minds up in here, talking about you ain't no more, you ain't, what? We gonna prove this. Let's continue on. Right here. This is talking about the deity El, what I just showed you, which is the Phoenician form of Ra. Their offspring are what? Shurhar and what? Shalim. Shalim is where you get the word Salam, Islam from. The morning and evening star. That's why that evening star is on there. You see that? You see that evening star? That's Venus. It's telling you that it means Salam, which is peace. Even in the Phoenician text. Who are the Phoenicians? The Phoenicians are the Canaanites. Who are the Canaanites? Africans, if I'm not mistaken. You don't believe me? Get Metuneta, volume 1, 2, and 3 by Raoul Nefer. Shechem Sheka. And he tells you in it that the Phoenicians and the Canaanites are black people. What the hell wrong with y'all? Right here, this is the origin of the word Allah. Talking about the word Allah. The word Allah comes from Ur-Ra. Ur-Ra became Allah, which became Allah. And his mate was Urit-Rat. And Urit-Rat became Allat. So this is where you get the names coming from the word Allah. When you call upon Allah, you're saying Ra. as in Amin Ra, the same deity that you say at the end of your prayers, if you pray. But even if you don't pray, you still got to acknowledge the hidden God, because that's your divine soul. Here go the cracker mocking us. He got on the fez. Even though I just showed you that it dates back to 4000 BC. Yeah, you don't want it? You get amnesia? This cracker took it. And not on that, he put L on his shit. El-bey. Brother talked about Serapis Bey. We know Serapis is all Saul, the Lord of the perfect black. That's the divine, that is your black dot on your divine soul that is embedded inside of your pineal gland, that you must activate to become more conscious and aware of not just yourself, but of your surroundings. The all-seeing eye, or the all-eye seeing. That's the eye on the back of that damn dollar bill on a pyramid. That's your information. He ain't come up with that. He ain't come up with nothing except destruction. Oh, here goes some more. This is the SS. This is Adolf Hitler's group. The Thule Society. They got the fezzes on. But I just showed you we was already wearing the fezzes in Arcadia, in Samaria, and in Assyria. We was wearing the fezzes. 4000 BC. That's what? 6,000 years ago. When did the cracker come on the planet? So we was wearing it before the cracker came on the planet. Get up out of here with that nonsense. This is in the Mao and Kenya, the Mao Mao. Who heard of the Mao Mao? You heard of it? You want some revolution? Let's see what the book says. Right here. Let me look at it right quick. Go to the last sentence. The chief amongst those extraordinary methods was the use of witchcraft in military matters. What I say? The chief among their extraordinary methods was the use of witchcraft in military matters. You think you're revolutionaries? And you ain't got the complete cipher? And you ain't got the holistic principles down pat? Let's look at it. And it says right here.
That brother a sword, let him pick it up. You need a sword. There you go. Hit him off.
The Mau Mau defeated the British. The Mau Mau defeated the British government. They invaded in Kenya, and the Mau Mau defeated them crackers. Ran them out. How they do it? I just told you. You just saw it. They did it with the strategy of witchcraft and the military matters. It was combination. It was no damn one way only. Right here. Chief. Right here. Chief amongst the extraordinary. Hold on. Let me put that. How to do that?
Side of the scroll it down.
Okay. All right, there we go. Nah, I'm gonna use this. Right there. Magic and witchcraft formed an intricate part of the traditions of the Kilhula military organization. What? I thought that's some spooky shit. I thought it don't exist. What your ancestors using it? Why you ain't using it? And why you still in the damn same condition under this damn colonialized bullshit? Because you ain't using it. They using it on your ass. They studying the Kabbalah. Your institutions are using it on you. They studying your damn witchcraft and your magic, which is the Buddha, and using it on you. You think these Jews up there rocking back and forth like this right here? And they invoking spirits? And what they doing with these spirits? They singing them on your ass. The hell, what? Right here, the medicine man. What? The medicine men were also the chief military consultants. Y'all better come and start consoling some of these damn niggas who doing this magic and stop trying to diss them. Yeah. Who you think Ronald Reagan went to after he got his ass shot? His wife had, Nancy had so many damn psychics and astrologers up in there, made the damn head turn. Who you think the Pope got over there? After he got it, come on. Look, get back into your sciences. Right here. Now, this is the African Holocaust. It existed. It existed. Ain't no damn right more in their mind would say it didn't.
That's what they say. That's what they say.
What more? The hell no, I'm a more. I ain't never say that shit.
That's right, Lee. Go ahead, say that again, Lee.
I ain't never say that. I ain't never say that. And I won't never say that.
Now, where the Moors that said it didn't exist? Step up to the plate now.
Now, what happened? Let me explain. Let me explain what's going on. Let me explain what's going on. What is the truth of the slave trade? Right here, according to Emory University, a report of the transatlantic slave trade estimated at 30,000 to 35,000 recorded trips. This is recording. This is recording. The only problem Moors have is that the fact is that none of these ships we have been able to find. It hasn't been documented as far as the actual witnessing of the ships. We know in history that it is recorded, but we do got to say this. On voyage was made between the years 1560 to 1865, which is 305 years, which estimated 200 POWs, which is prisoners of war. I don't say slaves or, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. On aboard each ship, some scholars give the slave ships could carry up to 500. Now, this average out now to about 6 million to 17,500,000 indentured servants or said slaves. All right. Now, Malcolm in the history of Afro-Africans, Americans, he states that 25 million was brought here to the Americans and 75 million died in the Middle Passage. All right. Now, this is it. Please understand, understand, and understand that this is not to belittle our experience in no means. The truth has to prevail. Right here, according to Wikipedia, it says 12 million Africans were shipped to the Americas. This is what they say now. From the 16th to the 19th century, of these, an estimate of 645,000 was brought to what is now called the United States. That's just citations. That's what it is. It says the largest numbers was shipped to Brazil. The slave population of the United States had grown to 4 million by 1860, according to the census. We know what they do. We know they lie. They couldn't get the million man count straight. But I still have to show you what they have listed. For you can go back and do your research. This question that we talk about is not going to never be settled until we go back and do our own research and find the truth within ourselves, not within somebody outside of ourselves. That ain't the way this is going to happen. So, but I have to list the information based on what they say and based on what we say. This is a map in which that they give. That's why I'm giving you the website for those that want to go back and do their research and see what they're talking about. As you see, they state that only 0.5 million was brought from Africa to the Americas. 4.5 million was brought into the West Indies. Here, to South America, different locations, in particular Brazil, 5 million, 0.5 million, 0.2 million.
Hold on one second,
Okay?
Ali.
Yes.
We want to hear everything the brother has to say, so if we could, let him go through his lecture. If you disagree, write it down, and we'll address it during the question and answers, okay? Out of respect for everybody, please, let us hear what the brother is saying, okay? Thank you.
Understand, only thing we saying is that we have to do research. The research has not been done. We've heard numbers from both sides in which that do not account for the disaster and for the mayhem in which that has been caused and wreaked upon our people. You know that there was 90 million so-called Native Americans that died when they came over here with the smallpox, with the blankets, William Hurst? 90 million. They are also your ancestors. How many of you have so-called Native American blood in you right now? Not me. Nah, don't trip. We getting ready to get into it in a second, and for those that claim that they don't, we getting ready to find out. Yeah, we getting ready to find out. Right here. These are the two men in which that Malcolm and Martin. Where do we go from here? Chaos of community. Even Malcolm Martin said, we're approaching the area of the voice of the Constitution is not clear. We have left the realm of constitutional rights and we're entering the area of human rights. All right, right here, Malcolm speaks on the civil rights versus human rights. Malcolm says that human rights come before civil rights. You have accepted civil rights since 1955. So we never became human because the Constitution still classifies 3/5 of a human being. Until we can be looked at in the world's eye as being a whole being, then we have problems. This is what Malcolm goes on to say. You can never get civil rights until you have human rights. Human rights represents the rights to be human beings. Whenever you're respected and recognized as a human being, your civil rights are automatic. You have to get the recognition of human rights first. The Constitution classifies people as 3/5 of a man, which means subhuman, and not a complete human being. And once our human characteristics were completely destroyed, they gave them justification to treat us like we were animals. Then it is also justified the selling of us. If the black man's human rights had been respected, had never been, we would never been slaves here in America. And if his human rights had been restored by the Emancipation Proclamation, automatically we would have been citizens after the Civil War. You're not a citizen. Dred Scott case decision state, and it has never been repealed or never changed. Judge Taney stated that you are and can never be a U.S. citizen. Even Brother Paul Robeson worked on through the civil rights and tried to go and went to the United Nations. You know what I'm saying? He did something in which that Brother Sonetta is doing out there on the streets right now. In 1951, it says the document "We Charge Genocides." The document asserted that the United States federal government, by its failure to act against the lynchings in the United States, was guilty of genocides under Article 2 of the United Nations Genocides Convention. Hundreds of executions was documented in the petitions of the section evidence. All right, it says over 10,000 said African Americans have been executed, and the real numbers we will never know because incidences was never properly documented or recorded. Amorality law. This is coming out of the Black's Law Dictionary. It says a court which has a very extensive jurisdiction or maritime cause, civil and criminal. All right, and it goes down. It says it's probably the success of the consular courts, which was emphatically the course of merchants and seagoing persons established in the principal maritime city of the rival of commerce after the fall of the Western Empire. What Western Empire are they referring to? Because I thought you was living in the Western Empire. What Western Empire fell? Can somebody tell me?
Europe.
Huh? Let's continue on. Right here, consular courts. Courts held by the consuls of one country within the territory of another, under authority given by a treaty for the settlement of civil cases. In some instances, they have also a criminal jurisdiction, but in these respects was subject to reviews by the courts of the home government. The last of the United States consular courts was Morocco, which was abolished in 1956. What the hell Morocco doing here in what we call America, have a court system set up? And just became abolished in 1956. The reason why it's abolished is because you wasn't using it. Because you accepted civil rights in 1955 following Martin Luther King, who told Halle Belafonte that he felt like he was bringing these people to a burning building. Right Right here, you know about this. This is Executive Order 1100-490, October 19, 1969. This is called the King Alfred Plan, the Rex 84 Plan, concentration camps, Executive Order 490 expands. Right here, it says, preliminary memo, Department of Defense. This memo is being submitted in lieu of a full report from the Joint Chief of Staff. That report is now in preparation. There will be many cities which the minorities will be able to put into the streets a superior number of people with a desperate and dangerous will. Check this out. He will be a formidable enemy, for he is bound to the continent by heritage. Oh yeah, don't miss that. Yeah, don't miss that. He will be a formidable opponent, enemy, because he is white, bound to this continent by heritage. How can you be, well, what does the word heritage mean since you ain't the Native Americans up in here? Let's see. Heritage is civil law. Every species of immovable which can be subject to property such as land, house, orchard, woods, marshes, ponds, etc., in whatever modes that they have been acquired, either by descent or purchase. Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition. Heritage also inherit from, well, I won't go there. It says the right of burdens or status resulting from being born in a certain time and place. Birthright. 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 This is Webster Universal Unabridged Dictionary. This is what Noble Drew Ali was telling you in the Holy Quran, Circle 7, Moral Science Temple of America. It says right here, Egypt, the capital empire of the Dominion of Africa. The Moabites from the land of Moab received permission from the Pharaoh of Egypt to settle and inhabit Northwest Africa. This is Northwest Africa. That's right. This is Northwest Africa. Right here, it says, their dominion and habitation extended from northeast to southwest Africa, across Great Atlantis, even unto the present North, South, and Central America, and also Mexico and the Atlantic Islands, before the great earthquake was caused, that caused the Great Atlantic Ocean. I just showed you the picture of the continents being together called Pangea. That's right. Right here, this is from a cracker, the Montauk Book of the Dead by Peter Moon. He says right here, right here. Essentially, it's leased America to a certain party for a particular number of years, not unlike the way China leased Hong Kong to Great Britain. The lease was up in 2004. What the hell have we been fussing about for the last 5 years? Their lease is up and we damn debating? About nationality? About birthright? Your inheritance? If you don't know you have it, then I guess you ain't gonna fight for it. That's right. If you don't know that you are the original people of this landmass also, then I guess you're not going to fight for it. Who was here 5,000 years ago? The brother who spoke just went past the Olmecs. The Olmecs are the direct descendants of the Dogons. The Dogons are the direct descendants of the Egyptians. One and the same people. You are the Egyptians. You are the Canaanites. You are the Canaanites. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Right here, what they never told you in history class. The first Americans were black. The first Americans were black. Oh, so you, well, hold on, I just heard niggas say they ain't Native American. Oh, so did. Y'all some contradictory niggas up in here. No. America comes from us, bro. I'm getting ready to prove that too. Oh yeah, they best believe I'm proving everything today. I'm proving everything. Because I'm indigenous to this land mass as well as to the whole globe. I'm a global people. The whole goddamn globe is mine. The whole goddamn globe is mine. Who damn just want to have me damn pigeonholed into damn Africa? You must be out your mind. When I just showed you that we've been on the planet almost 3 billion years ago. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, bro. Who's the original man? The Asiatic black man, the maker, the owner, the cream of planet Earth, father of civilization, and God of the goddamn universe. America. Right here, you can get it. You can get J.A. Rogers. Early African presidents in early America. You get They Came Before Columbus by Ivan Sara. Come on. These are some facts. Right here, in ancient Egypt, and right here, there it is. In ancient Egyptian and Chinese in America, Gerard Badi, it says the blacks began his career in America not as slaves, but as masters. The black began his career in America not as slave, but as master. Fact, David E. Stadden. It said right here, American Holocaust, Columbus and the conquest of the New World. Right here, America. The oldest civilization known in the Americas was the Olmecs, and it was the black Africoid origin and flourished over a 5,000-year period. This civilization existed in the Americas before the arrival of the Red Indian. In fact, at the time of the European arrival in Central and South America in the 15th century, descendants of the black Olmecs was abound throughout the region, and particularly in Mexico. You was all over the goddamn globe. Right here. This guy here is a Latin's author, C.C. McQueen. He says America was also a Negro continent. So you ain't the Native Americans? You ain't the Africans in America? You not that? I'm talking about before 400 years ago. I'm talking about 400 years. I ain't talking about 400 years. Right here, socio-economics, the history of Pan-African trade, commerce, money, and wealth. These blacks found in the Americas. Right here, the mountain builders. They was dark-skinned, woolly-haired blacks who were indigenous natives to North America and came to the Olmecs in South America, the Olmecs and washitaw, black Californians, the Yamasee, the California, and the other pre-Columbian blacks of America was part of this America history. These are your descendants. Your ancestry. This is where you descend from. This is your ancestry. Take it. Take it. Take it. There go a picture of the black god of ancient America. There go the picture of the black god of ancient America. You can find that in what they never told you in history class. And it says right there, the black began his career in America not as a slave, but as master. Oh, Afro-Americans in pre-Columbian Mexico. Do you know the genetics of Native Americans? Obviously we don't. But I'm giving you a little, right here. This is shovel-shaped teeth. Feel on the back of your teeth with your tongue. Now, how many of y'all have those ridges in there? Raise your hand now. Let me see what the hell happened now. Come on. Be truthful. Throw the hands up and leave them there if I can count this shit. That's more than half the room. That's more than half the room. So you ain't the Native Americans? Y'all better get your shit straight. Because the only ones who have that are the Native Americans. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you can't mess with this shit here. Right here, in Jack D. Forbes' book, entitled African and Native Americans, page 69. In 1524, when they say you came here, they tell you you didn't come until 1555, and some say you didn't come until 1619. Well, hold up, let's see what this says. In 1524, the people of Carolina coast were said to be dark color, not much unlike the Ethiopians. What? El-bey, she states washitaw are the original inhabitants of what is now named the North, Central, and South America. Therefore, the washitaw are not Indians in the sense of that word. We do not accept the names African American in that sense because they're continents. Africa is a continent. America is 3 continents. North, Central, and South America, plus the adjoining islands called America. It says the washitaw, we don't accept the word colored or Indian. We, the people of North America, are predominantly washitaw. That's what I just proved to you when half of you rose your hands with those teeth in your mouth. The ancient mound builders who were here thousands of years before what the amalgamated so-called Indian. The Washitaw Empire had many descendants of example, the 12 Shoshone tribes. The 5 civilized tribes. Various other tribes throughout, which you can look here, and I won't have time to go over all of them. Right here, in the Journal of the House of Representatives, 1789, 1790. This right here shows you that there was a petition of a group of free Moors in South Carolina who petitioned not to go into the status of Negro. No, I got to keep it moving. I ain't got a little bit of time. Got to keep it moving, keep it moving. All right, I won't go through that. I just leave the images in your mind. All right? I won't go through that. I just leave the images in your mind. This is words by John Hanson, who's supposedly the first president under Articles of Confederation. He's using Native American terminology in here. Y'all need to find this speech, July the 4th, 1776. Right here, let's go to the Webster Universal Dictionary, 1936. Editions defined as American. This is what they define American as now. An aboriginal. Did y'all hear that? An aboriginal. The word aboriginal means first. Or one of the various copper-colored natives found on the American continent by the Europeans. The original application of the name. Brother asks about the word America. We're getting ready to go into it. The Western Universal Dictionary, 1937, defines America. An aboriginal or one of the various copper-colored natives found on the American continent by the descendants of European settlers. The following is the original application of the name what? Maru. More. More. You don't believe me? Let's continue going. In other words, the original application of the name America, American, America, both have its roots in Maru, which is a Meru or Amir, or Mir within Hebrew, Arabic, meaning leader, commander, or front, or peak, or summit of a mountain. In the Olmec Mayan term is Inc, or Americ Il, which is Algonquin, which is Emerka, which means basically more. You know what I'm saying? The Meru people of Canaan, Egypt, Ethiopia, which is Kush, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, down into South America, or the descendants of the Meru people here in the Americas. Let's prove it. In the book of Robert Temple, called The Serious Mysteries, he go and interview the Dogons, who are, once again, the ancient Egyptians, descendants of the ancient Egyptians. And in the book, he has the mental characteristic for the character for the word Moor. The character is an owl with an oval shape next to it, which is Ra. And they both come to mean Moor. Let's look at it. Right here in the Africa, Afro-Critique, this is Nanasom Homa. You can get that, and he breaks it down here. Amaraka, Aminraka, Amaraka, Ka or Inca, the language of the Inca of Peru, means raised land, mountain, highland. The term Ameru means plume-feathered serpent. The ancient title America means the land of the plumed serpents. Ameru is the rainbow serpent who is the creator of the world. All right? They was borrowed by the migrants from Asia who settled in America and who erroneously called themselves Native Americans of Peru. All over Africa, it says the serpent with his tail in his mouth is the symbol of the creator and the creatrix. All right? And who is that symbol? He tells you right here. In the Kemet, the male name of this supreme being is Amen. The female is Aminta. Amen is often called Amin-Ra, while Aminta is often called Aminta-Darat, which distinguishes Amen and the iconography of Knesset and Kemet, or the two tail plumes raised from that crown, from his crown. I got the picture of that. There it is right there. Him and his mate. So, America, the name itself, comes from out of ancient Kemet. It's an Egyptian name. If you get the book, you get the magazine, it's called Ancient American Magazine. In there, he breaks down, in one of the articles which I have up here, break down the word miru. Right here, Return of the Serpents of Wisdom, a book written by Mark Ameru Pinkham. The Civilization of Lemuria.
Ding, ding. To be fair, sister, I forgot to set his clock.
The Moorish Science Temple. Brother didn't go into 101. Didn't go into Circle 7 Quran. I have no problem with the old mess. I don't have no problem with our people being here, but it's based on chronology. You can't put the mother before the child before the mother. And you ain't quoting not one black scholar. Got the grandmaster of grandmasters in here, Dr. Bean, got enough nerve to disrespect him, quote all these Peckerwoods, and you ain't gonna quote the grandmaster of grandmasters. Get out of here with that bullshit. I got this stuff on there right now. As Dr. Bean has taught us, we, did you hear me? We came from the beginning of the Nile, where God happy dwelled, at the foothills, at the mountains of the moon. Where did it come from? The papyrus of Hunepa. Not none of them low-life Peckerwoods up there. Homosexual, dope fiends. That's who we quote. Did not quote one black author. So it's about the 101, the false teachers of the Moorish Science Temple.
That's right.
Now, what he said, why would I quote from 4,000 years? Tell that to Noble Drew Ali.
That's right.
Because I'm coming up out of their book. So how you gonna come at me? You weak.
That's right.
Straight up the middle. He gonna put it on. Why is you quoting? I think I'm coming out the 101s. I'm coming out the Circle 7 Quran, plagiarized version of the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus Christ. Who made you? Allah. Who is Allah? Allah is the Father of the universe. Again, there is no Allah before Muhammad Ibn Abdullah of Arabia, 579 AD. What year was the Moorish Science Temple of America founded? 1913 AD. Which means you cannot interpret any historical event that preceded 1913 by that science. You can't do it. Again, the Moors of Spain were Orthodox Muslims. They weren't quote from not one of them Peckerwoods that was up there. Who never wasn't quoting from none of them Peckerwoods that's up there. What that black man of the Nile? Dr. Bean he do put some crackers in there, but that was in the era in which he came. Now that he did that research, there's no need for you to continue to quote from these Peckerwoods. Again, Dr. Clark has been to every nation in West Africa so many times that I won't even tell you how many times, because you know. Why would he quote from Wikipedia? Bottom line. How can you disrespect a grandmaster when you in his house? It's hard time. It's bad time.
That's right.
You ain't gonna vote for one month.
That's right.
One giant like that? Not one?
That's right.
Come on, talk to me. Who was Adam and Eve? Bottom line. There we go. It's biblical. He come on with the Bible. If you say it was plagiarized from the Caucasian room, we understand that. But show us the Caucasian room. Don't just come and say, well, it was plagiarized. We know that. Come up the middle.
That's right.
Who are they? Mothers and fathers of the human family. Asiatic and Europeans. Nigga ain't even say Africa. Where did they go? They went into Asia. Well, if they started in Asia, damn it, how did they go into Asia? What is the modern name given to the children? Asiatics. Who is God in the holiest city of Mecca today to keep the unbelievers away? Angels. Turks. Now you clapping and I went back up in your book. See, you got to study military strategy. And when Hannibal was in Carthage and he was laying siege to Rome, you know what they did? They went to his crib. I'm going to stay in your crib. Come on home. Deal with this.
That's right.
What is the modern name for Moabites? Moroccans. So if it's the modern name, how the hell can Moab be ancient? This Noble Drew Ali. And what place on earth was the physical part of man formed? In the Garden of Eden. Where's the Garden of Eden? In the land of Canaan. In the city of Mecca.
What?
And the papyrus of Hunefa just said that we came from the beginning of the Nile. So how is he going to speak for Egypt? So I guess Dr. Ben is wrong. This black man of the Nile, all this 60 years of researching the Nile, I guess Dr. Ben is a liar. I guess the papyrus of Hunefa is a liar. I'm not debating that our people was here, but based on chronology, they just got here. Because if I could go to Det Nesh at 3.2 million years, nigga, I don't care what you pull up. You are nowhere on this planet before Det Nesh is in Ethiopia. So I say go in chronology. Go in chronology. Give respect to the mother. I know we was all over the planet, but you're not using chronology. Every law the white man makes, I will obey. Yes, master. I will teach my brothers and sisters that black means death.
What? No, he didn't.
Let me tell y'all about this revolution. Every goddamn law the cracker make, you're gonna have to break it to get free. The hell you gonna follow no goddamn rules and no goddamn paperwork? The hell you gonna break? You gonna follow the rules of your damn enemy and think you gonna get free. I don't give a damn what the black man's law say. That cracker dope fiend wrote that bullshit in there to keep us enslaved. Dr. Clark said that everything that the cracker invented was to facilitate his control over the world. And he said there is nothing exempt, even that law. Even that damn law is to keep you in slavery, your mind, your spirit, and then he's talking about the astral project. God damn it, when you was in the bottom of them slave boats, you couldn't astral project out them damn chains. That's how far that goes. Astral project your goddamn children about these damn streets there. Astral project your woman up out of the degradation that you go through every day. We're a goddamn woman. You niggas will burn candles. You're on Pluto, you're on Mars, you're on Jupiter. The only place you are not is in these goddamn communities where our babies is dying every day. Don't come up here with this bullshit. Don't come up here. I got the black power today. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. I brought this up here. It's a news report from a peck of wood, but it ain't dealing with Africa. If it's dealing with Africa, I'm bringing up African scholars. Genetic researchers say that they have found fresh evidence that the Chinese people are descended from Africans. The findings also add new weight to theories that all human life began in Africa. Academics from the University of Texas and their colleagues in China, the China man say, studied 28 population groups in China and concluded that most, if not all, had their genetic origins in Africa. They looked at pieces of DNA. I don't even need this. It's saying what it needed to say. See that low-life Arab turtle? See him stealing our goddamn prayers. You can't say that our set is practicing salat. It preceded that. So he's trying to say that those people wore the fez. Don't just take the goddamn uniform, go into the damn culture and show where they practice what you talking about right here, right now. It didn't exist. So the people were not practicing the philosophy that he's teaching. Because none of them crackers was alive. Their theories wasn't alive. And how you gonna go take the reference of a cracker to say however old we are, when his ass just crawled up out of the cave 2 days ago? He wasn't there. So you can't use him as no damn reference. Come on now. Look at this low-life, no-good Turk woman. Over there on our soil, begging and pleading to Allah so she could keep our damn land. You're going to have to blow that woman's head off. You're going to have to blow a goddamn kid's head off. Burn their damn boats and all the laws that they done created. Now look at our brother to the left. Is he practicing salat?
Hell no.
Is he practicing salat? That's where they went in there and stole it. That's where they stole it from. This is thousands of years before that low life over there bending down praying to a God to keep our land. Look at these lowly. He got fleas in his bed. Look at it. Look at this one right here. This one preceded that. So now they want to say that. What about the Mesopotamians? When you study history, the Asians were the first people that attacked Africa. Is that right? Do the research. So don't go pull his little lowly ass up and use him as no reference. Look at this. See the two obelisks? See the minarets? They stone. So you can't take the language of the thief and apply it to our sacred monuments, our sacred practices. You become an accessory to the damn crime. Look at that. Look at the minarets. And then they're going to put it right next to the tech. And you can go right now to Turkey today, and they done stole the obelisk, sitting right in front of them. Matter of fact, that's that one right there. That's in Turkey. That's where Noble Drew Ali's angels is. Now you see that? You see Batar with the cap? Now is he wearing a kufi? No, he's not wearing a kufi. That's what the thief called it. You cannot use the language of the thief to explain our history and our culture. You become an accessory to the crime. Now here we go. So I can show you. Let me show you. Number one, it's not sitting on the top of his head. As you can see, it's not even a hat. It's more like a helmet. And you can see it comes all the way down to the nape of his neck. It comes around his ear, and you can see that it's not conical going straight up, that it flares out. And there's two other parts to the damn crown. There's two other parts to the crown. If you take anything off of it, if you take, as long as Kemet was alive and living, they never changed it. It was the thief that changed it. Woo! If you take any part off of that damn crown, you have illegally done it, because you can never show the hat that's on his head on any ancient Egyptian. And matter of fact, only the sutens wore it. Everybody can put one on. That's how it then degraded down. Show me any individual Egyptian with that crown. Only the suten wore it. That's a fact. Now here, see it? See it? Where's this? Where's this? See how it comes down to the nape of the neck? That ain't that. That is not that. That is not that. Don't let them pull that bullshit on you. That's the head of the damn Arab. They over there sucking our mineral wealth out of Africa. I don't give a damn about no land. Just give me Africa. Just give me Africa. Y'all can have this. Papyrus, Ebers papyrus. One of the older medical papyrus on the planet Earth. Matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, this was done up under Hatshepsut. One of those medical formulas for birth control is on this. Now, when you look at that papyrus, you see how they got them red letters in it? You see black and you see red. You go in the Bible, and the words that Jesus supposed to spoke is in red. This original. Now, all that stuff he showed you, why he ain't show you one original? I don't give a damn about the carbon copies. Show you one original. That's called a primary source. It comes from that time. He did not show you one primary source. Talk to me. Did he? No. I didn't see it. No. I saw a bunch of writing up there. See, that he could play with that. They come out of Kabbalah. They magicians. Now you see me, now you don't. Don't come in with that. Kabbalah. Ain't no damn Kabbalah ever was in Africa. It never changed until the crackers came in and conquered Egypt. The Elwin Smith papyrus, 1600 BCE. This original. That what they stole it. So how you gonna talk about Allah? Ain't no damn Allah. I'm sorry. I know it hurt your family. I still love you. But y'all came in our land with the sword, so I don't owe you nothing. If you took on the damn culture of the enemy, too damn bad. We are back. You know what? I'm going to go here. This is loose. Dick Nash. That's Imhotep. Those are two living Africans. And between them two living Africans is 3.2 million years. I dare you to go anywhere on earth showing me a primary source. Two primary sources. That not the carbon copy. The original. 3.2 million years. You get back with me. You get back with me. I don't want to see no more damn carbon copies up here. I come to show you the original. Go back home. As Dr. Ben always taught us, go back home, see it for yourself. You ain't got to believe me. Go home. Go home. Go to Mexico, see your little mud mounds. Go to down there in Louisiana. They playing with mud, and your brothers and sisters is in the Nile Valley cutting stone. One damn block, 15 tons. That's science. Show it anywhere else on the planet. Why was they able to do that? Because they have been dealing with that science more years than anybody else. And they have perfected it through time. Through time. That's logical. That's why they tell you do your damn homework so you get better with it. So the only way they was able to build that pyramid to the level that they did, they was dealing with that science much longer. You go to Mexico, they had stucco. They got rocks in the damn pyramids. They ain't got cut blocks. That's a fact. I went to both. I'm an eyewitness. You can't run that shit on me. I was looking. I wouldn't deny the truth. I wouldn't do it. If it was there, I wouldn't deny it because I know somebody would easily go there and tell on my ass. So I wouldn't do it. The level that they were on is thousands of years beneath the ancient Nile Valley Africans. Do you hear what I'm saying? Go home and see it for yourself. The Ashango bone. Here it is the world's oldest mathematical artifact. Most people think the study of mathematics has its origin in ancient Egypt and Babylonia, but this view was dramatically challenged in the 1950s with the discovery of a small animal bone inscribed with markings that appear to represent numbers. This artifact was discovered in a small African fishing village of Ashango. Is that me?
That's you, brother.
That's my time?
That's your time.
Black power.
Black power. Okay, baby. Yeah, brother. I know y'all don't want no break, but I saw like 15 gallons of iced tea over there, and it's gone now. So, I know somebody got to go to the bathroom. Yeah, all right, youngster. We got some elders in here that need to go to the bathroom. El-bey, thank you.
All right. Now check this out. I showed you the chronicle information coming from 3 billion years ago. Brothers, I ain't show you no chronicle information. Who was sitting in here when we started this thing out? And if I'm not mistaken, I showed you where all of this stuff was found where? In Africa. Did I not? See, somebody wasn't paying attention. The Sumerian civilization started 300 years after the so-called Egyptian one, right? And I showed you where the Egyptians or the Kemites went into Samaria and started the Sumerian civilization. That's the same thing that your Bible says. If I'm not mistaken, Ham was the son of Noah, right? Now look, we're just doing this. We just used the biblical text. You know, we already know where it comes from. That's why I didn't use the information. Anybody who's here should have already researched that. Okay? That's number one. But in it, it says that Ham was the son of Noah. Then came Canaan, who was his 4th son, right? And then his sons was Cush as well as who? Right? And then came forth who? Nimrod. Nimrod went and formed the what? Babylon, Mesopotamia, Chaldea, Assyria. Did y'all not get this already in the Bible studies? So I'm not going to rehash the same shit that you already grew up on. That's number one. I'm trying to bring you new information or information in which that haven't been shown in quite some time. Right here in the teachings of, he said I didn't show anything, so let's show it. In the teaching of the Ptah Hotep, the oldest book in the world, written by Asa G. Hilliard, he said I didn't show no black scholars. Well, we're getting ready to get real black in a minute. All right, right here, Asa G. Hilliard. shows you that the word mir, which is the same word as more, and the symbols for it means the guardian.
That don't say black.
Oh, it don't? Well, let's see. Right here, in the Kundalini Yoga by Shri Swami Shivananda, who's the divine life society here, he breaks down the word Maru is the axle of the earth. Hence, the man's spine is called Marudana, and the Maru is also the axis staff. Let's see what staff he's referring to. In the Celestial Ship of the North, which is written by Valentina Stratton, it says, Maru, guardian of the tree of life. Said the tree of life isn't in ancient Kemet? If you don't believe it, I think you need to get the Egyptian yoga written by Muata Ashby. He showed you in volume 1 the tree of life off the wall of Abydos, seti 1. And it's right here, it says, the garden of the tree of life, the pole and the pole are said to be like the seed cup of the lotus of the immensity. It says, Maru called the great world altar stairs by which man could climb heavenward. At each step, a planetary heaven was established in their different cycle of time. Maru was also the name for the thigh, the matrix, or the mother. Occultists have described it as the exalted mass of glory, the viable hunts of the gods and heavenly characters, not to be reached by sinful man. It says, because guarded by the serpents. There was the fiery serpents of the winged wheel, the seraphim. Now that's what they call it. It says Maru was also the celestial mountain where the gods and the highest celestial beings dwelt, as well as the mythical birthplace, astrologically, the celestial pole, the throne of who they call Jehovah. Of course, we know that is Ra. And it says Maru is also emerged of the island, a lotus and a tree, co-type of eminence from the water. It was celestial. Right here, this is God and space men in the ancient West. They specifically tell you about the origin of the name America. Right there, America is probably supposed to have received its name from the mariner Americo Vespucci. Actually, his name is Alberto Vespuccio, was son of Anastasio Vespuccio, and he had the Italians sought immortality by christening the continent after himself. He would surely have honored his family by calling the great mountain evoked Maru, the sacred mountain in Hindu tradition said to be the center of the 7 continents. Now you got to understand, all this is breaking down to actually the science of man. Inside of you have 7 heavens, which is 7 seals, which is called your chakras, as well as your major endocrine gland system, from your pineal gland down to your, within the male, the prostate gland, within the woman, the uterus. All right? So you have 7 major endocrine glands. This is all this information he's talking about. I need the historical information decoded. We can't do nothing with undecoded information except it just be a good history class. It has no relevance to me whatsoever if I read about Qatar, you know what I'm saying, or it should say osmosis, getting rid of the Hyksos, you know what I'm saying. It has no relevance to me whatsoever. That happened supposedly 4,000 years ago. You know what I'm saying? In Americans, Amaruka, the land of the serpents. That's where the name America comes from. So it didn't come from Americo Vespucci. All right? It's called also the land of the immortals, or the land of the wise serpents. It's down at the bottom, it says the kingdom of the Nagas, serpents. The term Moorish American comes from this. The Aramu Moru, the serpent Miru. One of the earliest immortal serpents from Mu to colonize America was Aramu Miru, or Amaru Murugu, the serpent Miru. All right? This is where the name comes from. Has nothing to do with this cracker by the name of Americo Vespucci. All right? Let's continue on. Wonderful Ethiopian of the ancient Kushite Empire, Drusilla Dungy Houston. She writes, right here, the civilization brought by the Kushites to Chaldea must have developed in the first common cradle of mankind that the Greeks located upon the Upper Nile. We saying the same thing. We saying the same thing. All right, right here it says the early Kushite navigators that the Kushite Ethiopians in primitive age was a commercial people. Down here it says their cousins and successors, the Phoenicians, were called themselves Ethiopians. So the Phoenicians didn't recognize themselves as any other than Kushite. What are we talking about? Right here, in the Chaldean inscription, the molecular name of Ethiopia was what? Pronounce it. Pronounce it. Maruk. I just showed you the science of Maruk. Coming from out of India, coming from out of America, as well now you have it in Africa. There's an article that you need to get. It was written by African from out of the University of South Africa. He writes in there that he has basically chronicled the emergence of the people by the name of the Maru people, coming from out of the land of Canaan, coming down into what we call North Egypt, coming down into Ethiopia, coming down into Kenya, Tanzania, coming down into Uganda, down into South Africa, and then also spreading out from Egypt into Mali, and then from Mali into the Americas. He has actually put all this together. We'll get to it. Yeah, I see here. Okay. All right. Right here, even the name Hindu is Ethiopian. You see that? Even the name Hindu is Ethiopian. Right here, even the name India means what? Black. And Condor thinks that it was employed only to designate the home of the Asiatic Ethiopians. You're not Asiatic? You keep bringing up the Kabbalah. The Kabbalah is nothing more than the ancient mystery teachings of the Moors as they was custodians of the ancient Egyptian mysteries. You don't believe me? Let's continue going. Let's see what Stolen Legacy has to say about George G. James. Right here. What is another name for the Ethiopians? You see that? What's that? What's that? Read that, goddammit! Another name for the Ethiopians is what? Moor. What? You ain't Moors? You ain't Asiatic Ethiopians? Something, okay. Once again, you can read this in the wonderful Ethiopian world of the Kushite Empire. Black source. A black source. All right? Right here. Sanskrit. Writer called Indra, chief god of the Hindu, king of what? Meru. This was the primitive Indian settlement by colonists from where? Hold on, let me get that. You see that? This was the primitive Indian settlement by the colonists from where? Ethiopia. So there's a difference between the Ethiopians and the Moors? Or they one and the same people? Okay, go back and read. Early writers say that there was very little difference in the color and features of the people of the two countries. Herodotus told you that around 300 BC. That there was Western Ethiopians and Eastern Ethiopians. Right here, ancient tradition tells of the deeds of Deva Nahusha, another sovereign of Meru. Okay, we brought up the Kabbalah. Well, let's see what the Kabbalah has to say about it, about who and what the word more means. Look at that. The word more means light, illuminary. The number is 247. Guess what the number 247 equates to in the Kabbalistic text? It means the triple stage darkness or the triple state of blackness. It is the 3 trimester periods, which is of the woman during her pregnancy. The reason why the circle 7, or as you would say, it's not actually the circle 7 that says that, it's the 101. The 101 states that black means death based on the information which I'm getting ready to show you in this book. African Origin of Christianity, written by Paul Boyd. Let's see here. No. Moors of Spain, here we go. The Story of the Moors of Spain by Stanley Lane Poole. This is what he says. In ancient times, Africans in general were called Ethiopians.
All right.
In medieval times, most Africans were called Moors. In modern day, some Africans were called Negroes. The Ethiopians were named by the Greeks. The word Ethiopian meant burnt face from the Greeks, name Ethos plus face. This description refers to the dark complexion of these Africans, which the Greeks attributed to sunburn. In the literature on Africa, Africans were commonly identified in 2 groups, one progressive, the other backwards. The progressive people were called what? Hamites. What? Cushites. What? Moors, etc. Whereas the backward ones are called Negroes. You take your goddamn pick. You take your pick. Which one you want to be, progressive or backward ass niggas? The word Negro came from the Latin word nigger, meaning black. Ham, Kemite, and Moor was also black, but they had induced into the white race that information. That's basically what that is saying. So this is coming from John G. Jackson, the introduction to Stanley Poole's book called the Moors of Spain. Cultural genocides in the Black and African Studies curriculum. This is by Dr. Ben Yakinen. Y'all better give it up better than that. Right here. The fact so many of us prefer to hide behind the protective walls of integration and cry about reverse racism would never change the truth. To the contrary, but until black educators are willing to face the fact and establish our own black authorities and black authoritative references in everything we have done, we are only continuing our Uncle Tom and Aunt Thomasina house nigga role. We have been forced to carry out the time of our acceptance of white, liberal, orthodox, and conservative authority in everything we do or have been done to us. Since our enslavement by Europeans and European Americans began with Reverend Bartholomew de la Casa and the Pope of European Christendom, 1503 or 1506, which better time do we have now to change it now, this very moment? What he says first. What? Moors, Carthaginians, which are Carthaginians, Tamarans or Tamarians, Egyptians, Ethiopians, Numidians, Mauritians, Tamahasins, which is Nubians, Ortegians, Amenetians, Herpetians, and Africans are only a few of the names we will call with honor. With honor. By the ancient Asiatic, or the ancient Asians, and Europeans thousands of years before the Western Europeans knew the Americas existed.
You got one.
You better give it up better than that. Yeah. Y'all gonna get it like Dr. Collins said, in black and white. I knew Dr. Collins. Ain't even talking about somebody that I heard on YouTube. I knew Dr. Collins. I said to Dr. Collins. I spoke with Dr. carry out the time of our acceptance of white, liberal, orthodox, and conservative authority in everything we do or have been done to us. Since our enslavement by Europeans and European Americans began with Reverend Bartholomew de la Casa and the Pope of European Christendom, 1503 or 1506, which better time do we have now to change it now, this very moment? What he says first. What? Moors, Carthaginians, which are Carthaginians, Tamarans or Tamarians, Egyptians, Ethiopians, Numidians, Mauritians, Tamahassins, which is Nubians, Ortegians, Armenians, Herpetians, and Africans are only a few of the names we will call with honor. With honor by the ancient Asiatic, or the ancient Asians, and Europeans thousands of years before the Western Europeans knew the Americas existed.
You got one.
Better give it up better than that. Yeah. Y'all gonna get it like Dr. Collins said, in black and white. I knew Dr. Collins. Ain't even talking about somebody that I heard on YouTube. I knew Dr. Collins. I sat with Dr. Collins. I spoke with Dr. Collins. Must be out your goddamn mom. That's right. There's nothing worse than a slave with an ego. There is nothing worse than a slave with an ego. Nothing worse than a slave with an ego. Right here, Black's Law Dictionary. Don't want me to use that shit, because that's a cracker. But a nigga. But right here, slave, a person who wholly subject to the will of another, one who has no freedom of action, but whose person or services was wholly under the control of another. Right here, cattle, an article of personal property, any species of property not amounting to freehold or fee in land. The term cattle is more comprehensive other than goods, as it includes animated as well as inanimated property. Remember, 3/5 of a human being is cattle or chattel. Chattel is just a nice little French word in which that means cattle, or better yet, as the Jews would put it, goyim. Goyim. Goyim is these Gentiles that they love to battle against. And why they in position they in, and why you in the position you in. Like I said, they reading the goddamn Kabbalah. They reading your ancient sciences, the leftover information in Spain and Portugal from out of the ancient mystery school. And you ain't? Look, go and get Raoul Neffer's book, the Metu Nata Volume 1, 2, and 3, and you be closer to the information than anything in which that can be taught up here. Civil or mortius, right here, civilly dead in the view of law. The condition of one who has lost his civil rights and capacity in account, dead in the law. You don't want that. You want in full life, continuing in both physical and civil existence that is neither actual dead nor civilis mortius. That's what you want. You want to be in full life. Negro. Here we go, bro. You want to know why we're using the word black? We're getting ready to get to it. Negro. The word Negro means black man, one descendant from the African race, and does not commonly include a mulatto. Phillips versus State 18, Alabama 720. But the law of the different states are not uniform in this respect, and some include in the description Negro one who has 1/8 blood or more African blood. The term Negro means necessarily people of color, but not every person of color is Negro. What? Hold on, let's get black person. Black person occurring in Constitution and law must be taken in its generic sense as contradiction from white. Let's continue. The origin of the word black. The word black, here goes a breakdown of it, but as far as it goes back, according to this information by Erderney Scott, says black can be traced back to the Indo-European origin through the word block, which means to burn with black smoke or to burn black with smoke. Black was incorporated into the Old High German as bla, black, Lo Francisco as black ink, or Osnos as blocker, which is dark dusty. All right, you can get online etymological dictionary and look up the word black also. All right, right here, colored in appearance, semblance, distinguished from the. I don't got all of that. Distinguished from the prima facie or apparent right. It says having a deceptive appearance, a plausible assumed concealing a lack of reality, a disguise, a pretext. That's what that says. And then it goes on to state a term of the ancient rehistoric, which it says, the word also means dark color showing the presence of Negro blood and is equivalent to African descent or Negro blood. That's actually what it says on it. All right? So now they have us under color of authority, the color of law, the color of office, which is all based on the fact of them determining our and defining who we are.
1 minute.
Okay, color, right here. You know who the colors are. You got the NAACP, all right? And it says right at the bottom, it has been held that there is no legal technical significance to the phrase colored person, which the courts are bound judicially to know. Did y'all get that? So long as we come up under these labels, they're not respecting anything. But it's not like we should think they are, you know what I'm saying? Hell, most of them is damn psychopaths. Colorable. That which has give color, that which appears only and not in reality, which is purports to be counterfeit, fringe, having the appearance of truth. All right? Even the term Moor is in the Black's Law Dictionary. The office of the Isles of Man, who summoned the courts for several shredders. The office is similar to the English bailiff of 100. That means one Moor is worth 100 bailiffs of sheriffs. Goes into our sovereignty. Right here, go him. Remember, you property. As long as you still classify the 3/5 of a human being. Right here, it says a non-Jewish people, Gentiles. Goy, foreign nation, hence a Gentile. A troop of animals or a flight of locusts. Gentile, heathens, nation, people. This is what they have you classified as, an artificial person, an entity such as a corporation created by law, not by God, not being God, given certain legal rights and duties of a human being, a real or imaginary, who for the purpose of legal reasoning and termed more or less as a human being. Also termed fictitious person, juridic person, legal person, which is a corporation. So your name spelled in all caps give you the appearance of a corporation, an artificial person. Taking you outside of the realm of a natural person, a human being, as opposed to an artificial or fictitious person, such as a corporation. The phrase natural person does not include corporate entities, but the phrase person without qualification may or may not be included as an artificial person, depending on the context. In court, that's how they have you listed in context as an artificial person.
Okay. Woo. All right, we're going to take a 30-minute break. We had one 30 minutes. All right. Calm down. I know the line for the bathroom is going to be long, so we'll do 20 minutes, all right? And we'll be back in 20 minutes. Y'all come back. If everybody's back, we'll start earlier, all right? So I'll leave that up to you.
Go ahead.
It's 1848. In this document, this is the United States Supreme Court case law. In that documentation, it states that they own, basically, the families own what is now called the Louisiana Purchase. The Louisiana Purchase is over 13 states. Over 13 states. Okay? We're going to get into it. Right here, this is United States versus the Turner heirs. Right here, you can see his mother's name, Eliza Turner. Right there. Now, what's important about that case is this, is that they won against the United States in 1848. Judge Taney is the same judge who allowed, I guess you say, who voted, or should say, who decided on the fact that they had access as being the original heirs of the land of Louisiana. But not just that, of also the Louisiana proper, as it's called. Now, what's interesting is that these were so-called black folks. The Empress doesn't discriminate against herself being called black. If you get her book, Return of the Ancient Ones, she refers to herself as a black or Moor, you know what I'm saying? In many regards, interchangeably, M-O-O-R, M-U-U-R. So she doesn't discriminate. So get the book Return of the Ancient Ones, written by the Empress Vodiasi Gaston Turner el-Bey, and find out about the fact that this land is yours. Not only that, but that gives you credence to not just having access to Africa, but also having access to your homeland here too. Let me go back up. Right here. You read this right here. Above it, Asaru Washington was married to Delphine Kim Badger. Right here. All right? And from this union would come the eldest son, Frederick Houston Washington. Joseph Henry Turner, whose sister is Eliza Turner, the mother of Prophet Noble Drew Ali, married Matilda. And from this union came their eldest daughter, Annie Frank Turner. Frederick Houston Washington, the regent of the Empire Washington, was married Annie Frank Turner, the recipient of 1762 and 1795 Spanish land grants, and the heirs of the Henry Joseph Turner estate. The eldest daughter of Frederick and Frankie is current Empress Imperial Empress of the washitaw, Vodiasi Tayera Washington. Said Vodiasi is married to John Gostin, the son of Corella Turner. Corella is the daughter of Eliza Turner. She's also the sister of Noble Drew Ali. Eliza is the mother of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Corella and Noble Drew Ali are brothers and sisters. Eliza is the daughter of Sarah Turner and Henry Joseph Turner, 1844. John Gostin had been the sixth Marquis de Maison Rouge, after Noble Drew Ali, who had been the fifth Maison de Maison Rouge. This is why Noble Drew Ali was given credit when he went to Havana, Cuba, and he got the land mandate. I don't know if y'all know about the Secretary of State Hughes. He was there on behalf of the United States, and when he seen Noble Drew Ali was being recognized, you know what I'm saying, as a ruler over an empire, they flipped. Less than a year later, the stock market crashed in 1929, and we've been in a stock market crash or bankruptcy ever since. Well, you know. The foot in the water symbolizes being a navigator, being a Moor. Moors was the navigators of the 7 seas. But we also had to learn treaty and Supreme Court case law and the United States Constitution in order to be able to utilize the same laws that they have put us under as 3/5 of a human being and get ourselves out of. We can't get ourselves out of something if you don't know who you are. Right now, we're classified as Negro, Black, and Colored in status in the Black's Law Dictionary, and I just showed you the science behind that in the last portion. So we have to come outside of that status. Whether you call yourself a Moor, or whether you say that you're Indigenous, or whether you say that you're Aboriginal, it doesn't matter. You have to utilize a word in which that gives you the ability in order to navigate outside of this system and be able to still go in and survive. You can't, look, this shit is real simple. Natural law, common law, commerce law. There's a hierarchy to law. Natural law is the highest law. So you have to come back in tune with natural law. 3/5 of a human being is a subhuman. You can't do it in that state or in that status. You can't do that in that status. So you have to come out and unify back with natural law. Then you can go into commerce in order to dictate policy and become the secure party or authorized representative over your straw man, which is your slave name. That's what your slave name is nowadays. Is your name spelled in caps on all those damn contracts that your ass don't win in. Okay? Your driver's license, your marriage certificate, your birth certificate, your social security card, all these things are your name spelled, or what appears to be your name, your Edom Sanan, in capital letters. But that's not you. That's a facsimile. That's something that sounds like, right, that's a corporation, an artificial person. That's the matrix. Okay? Oh no, you're right. You're not going to be free by his courts. But bingo, that's the point. You can't create something if you don't know the law yourself.
Let's get it from my brother alim there.
About to hit it now. See that red, black, and green? Let me go in the tombs. I'm going to show you where it comes from. That's from Queen Ahotep's tomb. And Ahotep was the grandmother of the mother of Ahmose Nefertari. And you know Ahmose Nefertari on the tombs because she's pitch black. So if anybody to say that our colors came from somewhere else, they telling a damn lie. This is primary evidence. This is original. It's not a carbon copy. Let me tell you something about them crackers. See, these is off the tombs of our ancestors. See, this is when the Greeks come in. This is when the Asians come in. And when they, even though our brothers and sisters was building these tombs to let us know they didn't care a damn thing about them, you see the cartouches are blank. So every cracker up there that he called on, you go back to that. They didn't respect them. You had to go through the mystery system 42 years. 40, from 7 to 47. And it was a secret language. Indeed it was. But they didn't teach that black, according to science, meant no damn death. They didn't have to do that to keep a secret. Didn't have to do that. So I'm showing you again. Another cartouche. See, this is when the Greeks came in. When the Asians came in. See, if you had been to Kemet, for some of us that want to throw stones, if you had been, you would have known this. You would have known not to put all them peckerwoods up, because now you got to start all over. You got to come with some brothers like Dr. B, and don't take that paragraph that he put up there out of context, because you still got to use dates. They didn't all exist at the same time. He didn't break that down. He didn't break that down. Here you go, some more empty cartouches, so that you know all of them is Greeks and Romans, crackers and Asians. That's original material. That ain't what I say. That ain't what Alim said. That's what our ancestors left for us. They did not respect the foreigners. They did not get any knowledge about a Kemet. Because if they did, they wouldn't be asking why and how. They wouldn't know. Now, this is from the Stolen Ladies. This is what George Jim James said, since you on the cut and paste. The Greeks failed to imitate Egyptian conservatism, and not only in Egyptian cities with large Greek population, but in Europe. Egyptian divinities were corrupted with Greek and Asiatic names, and the mythologies and reduced to vague, pathetic personalities, so that Isis and Osiris have retained very little of their Egyptian origin. As long as Egypt stood, it never changed. It remained the same. So anytime somebody try to say, this is Asaru, that's a damn lie. The Egyptians never changed the spirituality. It remained the same. You must know that. See, I'm not just reading out the book. See, I can speak from firsthand experience, which he cannot. And I was taught by my uncle Pianki Menkepera, who's been 9 times, raised up in the craft of Amarat by Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben been 60 years. Dr. Ben ain't putting no okay on that bullshit. I'm just being real with you. I'm just being real with you. I'm just being real. White means purity. Purity means God. God means ruler of the land. You can't fit it no better than that. You're going to teach that to your... I don't give a damn if it's esoteric. God damn it, even in the esoterical world. Because the black man made his God. The black woman made her goddess. Black because she was deifying herself. So it went from the physical to the spiritual. So don't run into the esoterical world with that garbage. Come on up here. White means purity. Purity means God. God means rulers of the land. That's what they taught us when we came off the damn boat. Ain't no way you can flip that, man. You can't put that on no science. Up, over, under, left, right. It's garbage. You can't teach it. You got to let it go. That's Jesus. Jesus is Serapis. How you going to be an Egyptian not deaf? You wouldn't know that. You wouldn't know that. Look at that peck of wood, man. They didn't come here and took our sod down and put Serapis up there. You an Egyptian not deaf? You would know that. Understand me? You can't come with that. We done research. It's 2009, man. These brothers and sisters done put their whole goddamn life. We done developed past Noble Drew Ali. Can't hold us back. Tell me nothing about the white man law. The only way you're going to be free if you take it. Quit sucking on that white man titty. You can't fill out no goddamn application to get free. History is best qualified to reward all your research, baby. Go to the mile. They weren't filling out no goddamn application to the bridge. Chop the crackers' heads off and roll that shit out in the sea. That's what they did. Look at that. That's the rappers. That's Jesus. That's our black Messiah, our son. Look just like all y'all. You can't give this up for that cracker unless you a damn slave. Look at our black holy family. When you go to Kemet, they always use black or a dark melanated color. But most of the time it's black. And here it is. White means purity. Purity means God. God means ruler of the land. That's when they attacked our goddamn families. You gonna sign a damn document to get your brothers and sisters out of jail? Come on now, we know it's bigger than that. It's the nature of the goddamn beast that makes them put our damn brothers and sisters in jail. You think a cracker gonna let y'all niggas go down there, fill out a goddamn application, and let them brothers and sisters up out them damn jail? They there for a damn reason. Tell them to go get our brothers and sisters. Go fill the application out. I'll be waiting on you with the gun. And if that don't work, goddammit, we're going to kill to get them out. That's what college says. That's what College Muhammad says. You got to be ready to kill to get your out. We know that. White means purity. Purity means God. God means ruler of the land. Here you got the original. And the cracker got the audacity. This is the original. And he came with that. White means purity. Purity means God. God means ruler of the land. Even when you go to India, here's Vishnu. They couldn't take it. Here it is. They done raped the melanin in our skin. Put a peckerwood up there. In Africa, white, according to science, means death. Ain't got no melanin in your skin? You dead. That's biology. That's genetics. Huh? Is that science? Is that speaking to that? All right then. Even in the Holy Bible, it ain't always holy to me, but there's something in there that I can deal with. Leprosy. The turning of the black skin white. Death by suntan. White in Africa, science means death. And I'm backing it up. And it ain't esoteric, it's real in reality. Look what Amin-Ra did to that peckerwood. Look what Amin-Ra did to that peckerwood. Look at that. Look at that cracker. That's science. That's actuality. That's reality. Now we're going back to law. You see our black gods up there. You see the 42? See the 42 ma'ats up there?
That's law. That's law. Go ahead.
The black woman is justice. Huh? How the hell you gonna come up here talking all this garbage and you ain't saying nothing about our black woman? That's why our African ancestors made the black woman the judge. She's the judge. And until you get your black woman in a position where she's comfortable, goddammit, you ain't gonna never have no justice. She out on the damn streets and we talking about filling out a goddamn application. Her babies can't even eat and we talking about a goddamn application. Let's be serious. Look at the red ochre in their skin. Lets us know that our Egyptian family came up out of Central East Africa. We backing it up. If you say it come from Canaan, goddammit, show us where that culture in reality with primary sources, monuments and artifacts, that it come from there. I don't want to hear you, because information on words can be interpreted how any individual in here wants to interpret it. That's not a fact. Look at the braids of the prince, the holy prince. If he got that braid, he's next in line to be king. He's next in line to be king. Look how it come up out of Africa, Central East Africa. Talk about some Canaan. Canaan's a goddamn goat pasture. Vagabonds on the outskirts of civilization trying to get a meal. Look at how our sisters, they rocking it right now. You ain't got to put nothing on your head. You original. Look how our queens, right, but they need to get them Koreans up. Quit letting them Koreans sell them the hair. I love the way she rocking it. But don't let the Korean run the market. You original just how you are. You ain't got to put nothing on you. No hat. Nothing. You original. Look at the black woman. You got to give her praise. Because if we can't get our black woman in a position where she's comfortable to raise the children, it's always going to be in this condition. And how you going to sign a treaty with a beast that was raping our sisters all during slavery? Ain't no goddamn friendship treaty with no damn beast.
Hey, black man. Hey, black man. That's right.
You looking at the crown.
Wake him up.
He got the crown of the sister on his head. She's the one who ordained him a king. Damn feds come from no damn Mesopotamia. Now he come from Mesopotamia. Here again, you see our black queen. You see her with the feather in her head. You see my eye. Sure, you come up out of Central East Africa. They still practicing it today. Didn't show you no primary resources. That's what he didn't do. That's where he failed. I love Alim. He gave it the best he could. He gave it the best he could. This is where, now, because the crackers was coming into Kemet, and they were stealing from our ancestors, that's why all the original Madonnas are black. Because that's when they interpreted how it should have been interpreted, that black is sacred, is righteous, and is divine. And I'm going to be real. It cannot be any other way. In 2009, I'm going to come straight up the middle. I didn't come here to kiss no ass. If you're going to teach this to our babies, I have to consider it an enemy's teaching. I have to. Have to. It's an enemy's teaching. I ain't come to kiss no ass. Here's our black queen. This is our most Nefertari. You think you can come up in that woman's court talking about black means death? And if they didn't mean that they was black, why the hell did they use the color? You can't get in the word play. Just look at the color in her skin. It's divine. It's black according to what we know of it as today. So don't get into the word play. Here she is again. All over. And now that's Hatshepsut's grandmother. Huh? She's the matriarch of the 18th dynasty. Huh? You think they're going to teach that they matriarch? Her skin color means death? The Black Madonna. Now this one right here is in the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem, over the so-called grotto where Jesus was born. That's primary resource. Take a look at it. Now that's Daviti, and that's Krishna. And Krishna in Sanskrit means the black one. Black was divine all over the planet Earth till a peckerwood showed up. Until they could get a low-life nigger to regurgitate their same information. Almost Nefertari, our black woman. And here again, the Black Madonna and the child. This is where the European was taken from. If they thought it meant death, why would they put their Madonnas in that color? We know better than that. We know better than that. And that's Nefertari II. Now let me go back to Drew Ali, because this was about the false teachings of the Moorish Science Temple. So let's get back to this. Drew Ali is not an Egyptian adept. He's an Egyptian adept. Now let me go into it, why I say that. Say, ran away from home, joined the circus. Say he was taught by some Roman, some gypsies. That's in their biography. It says, according to the Moorish Science account, at the age of 16, he befriended a band of Roma, gypsies, with whom he traveled the world, although other accounts state he shipped out on a merchant seaman, on a certain whatever, became a railway expressman, joined the circus, and became a stage magician. And that's in Pleasant Bay's book. It might not be exact, but it say the same thing. Here's a gypsy. See them damn cards? Trying to three-car Molly. Putting it, guess, nigga, which one is it? Wrong. Look at him. Look at the dress, the hairdress, man. I didn't do this. That's right and exact. Now, if he's over here, why has he got dress on from over there? It should be all, if he's Cherokee, why he ain't got on Cherokee wardrobe? There it is. Look at it. Look at it, yeah. Don't look at the feather, look at everything. You might throw a feather up there for whatever. But the rest of that is Hindu, Swami, Guru. That's what it is. Let me come straight up the middle. I ain't gonna hold you up. Drew Ali's uniform is clearly Hindu Turkish. A gypsy adept, noble Drew Ali. Now, right here, there's various Hindu symbols in this photo. Okay, you see this sister over here, she represents Shiva. I'm gonna show you some things. I can show you better than I can tell you. See the hairdress? That's India. But he gonna keep telling you about over here. That's a misdirection. Now you see it, now you don't. See, magic is based on you seeing what is not there, or not seeing what is there. See, so here you again, you see Shiva. You see these supposed to be the nagas over her head. Come on up the middle. Now here's Krishna. See how he got a little feather leaning to the side? See how he got it leaning to the side? It's actual, in fact. That's what it is. When I looked it up, that's what it is. Now you see her hands? This little Hindu woman over there. See the hands? It's the same signs. She's a priestess of the god Kali. Look at it. Look at the hands. See the hands right there? See the hands spinning?
Greetings and welcome to An American Deception. I'm your host, Tavis Sanders, also known as Red Tail Hawk. I'd like to welcome our co-host, Renee Sanders, also known as Red Silver Fox.
Greetings, everyone.
All right, welcome to another edition of An American Deception. Today's topic will be genocide and Native Americans. And so before we begin, I think that we should just give the audience the definition of genocide so they have a starting point. And so I'm going to give you two definitions. The first is going to be from Merriam-Webster, and it's going to state genocide is the deliberate and systematic destruction of a racial, political, or cultural group. And we have another one from Oxford Dictionary, and it states the deliberate killing of a large group of people, especially those of a particular ethnic group or nation. And so, that's the basic definition of genocide. And so the term was coined in 1944 by a Polish-born U.S. jurist named Ralph Lemkin, and in a book that he wrote called Axis Rule in Occupied Europe. And so, I guess that's where we can begin.
Okay, and that's interesting that this term really didn't come about until the 1940s. I do know that he was doing some studying, and he was really basing some of his information on the Armenians in 1915, as a matter of fact. And that was what he was originally doing his studying about genocide, the Armenians. And
well, I know that he created the term, or he was the one that was famous for putting the term to use when he was doing some work with Armenian and Nazi, not necessarily slaves, but genocide that was happening by the Armenians and the Nazis against the Jews in '44.
Yes.
So
that's correct.
when did the term become legal? When did the term became a part of law?
Okay, well, as a matter of fact, there's a convention on the prevention and punishment of the crime of genocide, which is Article 2, which was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly in December of 1948. However, the convention entered it into force in January of 1951. So in actuality, it did not enter into force until 1951. And they defined it in legal terms and listing basically 5 categories that are considered to be genocide. They are killing members of a group, causing serious bodily harm or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, and forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. And according to law, those are the 5 things that define genocide.
Okay. Well, so let's start from there. So now we have a basic definition. We have the general definition, the layman's term definition, and then more of an international legal definition for the term genocide. And again, but it started in the 40s and it became law in the early 1950s.
Yes, correct, yes.
And so I know that I was reading that it became the de facto paradigm, meaning that although genocide may have occurred previously, that they're not going to count anything except from this date forward.
And that was with the Holocaust?
That was with the Jewish Holocaust and during the World War II. Yeah. So Now, when I think of the definitions of the terms, I think of what happened to the Native Americans, because I know a lot of the tactics that were used by the Nazis were already had been used on the Native American population. And so when I hear the definition, especially the international definition, I think about us as a people, the Native Americans. However, you know, based on law, because it didn't start until 1940s, we can't argue that point as far as us as a people and what happened to us for the past 400 or 500 years here.
Right, and as far as legal remedies are concerned?
Yes. So we're not allowed to take the United States for court for genocide against us, although we're going to show today how the term can definitely relate to what happened to us during the colonial periods.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yes.
You want to start there? Okay, so let's talk about, well, you know what, before we start going into that, it's stated that that genocide had two elements, which is very important, and it had intent and then is action. And so it could, if you didn't have the intent to wipe out a people, and it just happened, like things happen in war, is they wouldn't necessarily classify it as genocide. It has to have both intent and action. You know, again, you know, like the definition stated, the deliberate and systematic. And so it has to be both deliberate and systematic, you know, intent and action in order for it to qualify as genocide. And so what we're going to do today is we're going to show people that they systematically, you know, attempted to wipe the Native Americans out of existence. And maybe we could talk about some of the reasons why. The laws of genocide protects certain groups of people. And so before we went into the techniques, we just wanted to make sure that they understood the four groups that the law protects as far as genocide is concerned. And the four groups are national groups, ethnical groups, racial groups, and religious groups. And so, you know, the Jewish people definitely fall into that category with the Holocaust that happened in the 1940s, and Native Americans definitely fall into that category, although it predates the term genocide becoming a part of law.
Right, and as a matter of fact, when Lemkin, when he was doing his work, he identified 8 different techniques that were used. And he found that not only were these techniques used on the European Jews, but they were also used on a number of different groups in territories that were also occupied by the Nazis. So not just the European Jews, but also the territories that were occupied by the Nazis.
Okay, so they were doing this everywhere, basically. Okay, so let's talk about the first technique. Did you want me to read it and then want to have a small discussion?
Okay, well, I can read the first one here.
Okay.
And the first one that is listed is political. And it says, self-government and local rule of the victim group are replaced by the government of the occupier. Reminders of former national character of the target group are obliterated.
Well, okay, so now let's relate that to the Native American population. That's not a far reach. I don't think that's a far reach, but let's just give an example.
Okay, well, the governments, they of all the different tribes, and there were many tribes that were here, and however, once the Europeans came in, that was something that they attacked. And initially,
the chiefdoms.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, the Native Americans had different chiefdoms, which would be basically a political body.
Oh yes, most definitely. Yes, and there was a hierarchy, and they recognized that there was a political system amongst these people, and so again, attacking that system and breaking it down. So as a matter of fact, by the time the 1600s come around, these chiefdoms are no longer there.
Right, and so now they replace it with the government that was being established, the United States government, and so, you know, even to today, you know, the tribal governments have what they consider limited sovereignty, where, you know, we're not allowed to operate autonomously. You know, we have to have some kind of influence by the United States government, and that is definitely a part of what would be considered political genocide.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
All right. Well, we're going to continue on in a few minutes with some more techniques, and we'll be right back.
Recitation Life, the Southern Culture. We are pure energy, a single thought manifesting with double movement in the cosmos. We are kin to the ethers, the fire, the air, wind, the water, and the earth. We are conceived within the cycles of time within this universe. With the turn of time we manifest, brought through by the nature of and for this planet. Our essence has grown from the water and soil of Ammatum, our mother. Our essence is shared among many, stemming from the branches of a great tree that sprung forth from this land. Our branches extend, and our foliage continues to spread like a canopy across this land now called America. We are the Southern Cult. We are Indigenous.
استربال هيوه الجنوبتين دوت إنن أتا خلوص نشد واحد بزون هادور دشو كار زدوك حروك منت في النزوم إنن أتا أقربات إلى الأدير النعور الهوه ريوه المويا والأرض إنن كلانا موليد كار في الدور شيل وقوت في المجرق أن كار في الدور شيل وقوت إنن موليد جانبا بوساتي بالتبوه شيل ولهذا خوخوب مهونا قدالا من مويا والأرض شيل أمتم كمتنا مهونا كالون شاروك وسطا كاتور شيل الزيرواد شيل كابور شاجورون دي كالون هادور داشو من هذا أرض زيروادنا مدود وأروكنا يشوب لي نقو بخوز مدول زاروغون على هذا أرض حصا ندو أمريكي إنن أتا ندايا الجنوبتين أدوت إنن أتا مهالوس راموس
Welcome back to An American Deception, Genocide and Native Americans. Before we left off, we were talking about political genocide and some of the things and how it could relate to what happened to the indigenous or to the native population. And so we want to begin there. And the next technique is there are 8 techniques that are identified. The next technique is the social. And so I'll read it to you. Okay? And it says social genocide. Attacks are geared to weaken the national or spiritual resources. This involves attacks against the intelligentsia of the victim group. Excuse me. And just for people to know, intelligentsia means intellectuals or highly educated people as a group, especially when regarding as possessing culture and political influence. So the educated of the people, you know.
And again, with the chiefdoms, you know, there were elites, and however, basically those were the chiefs, and there were, you had main chiefs, you had secondary chiefs, and there were other chiefs, you know, so there was an entire system that was set up with the indigenous people here. And again, those were some of the things that they attacked, and a lot of those tactics even began on the islands with Christopher Columbus when he first arrived here. And as a matter of fact, that is one way that he was able to subjugate the people on the islands, and that was by attacking the chiefs first. One of the first chiefs that was attacked was a chief who they tricked into putting on some handcuffs because he liked shiny things, and they tricked him into putting on handcuffs, and it said that then they marched him on to the boat, and he was on one of the first boats that left from the islands to go back to Spain that had over 500 indigenous people there that they were enslaving.
I know that they also would take the children of the elite and supposedly to take them to school, but in actuality they would do something else with them or re-educate them to fit the model that they were looking for, and as far as what they wanted for the Americas.
Yes, and yes, they were doing that, and they were also subjugating the people of the islands, you know, and many of them, if they didn't capture them to enslave them, many of them got tortured. Some of them were tricked into going into a, one time they tricked about 80 different chiefs where they brought them all together. It was supposed to be a celebration for the Spaniards. However, once all the chiefs were in this one building, they set the building on fire and burned them all alive. And so, it took about 10 years, but by the time, about the 10 years between 1492 and 1502, the 5 main chiefs, all of them were gone, and the islands by that time were totally subjugated under the Spanish rule.
Right, and so that definitely would classify what was going on with the Native Americans underneath this term genocide.
Oh yes, and those tactics of course continued on to the mainland once they left the islands.
Okay, and so now that's the first two. We have political and social. And so the next technique is cultural. And so I just want to just give you a quick overview of what it says for culture. Bans are placed on using victim groups, language, and education. Policies and programs may be put in place to inoculate target group youth through propaganda and restricting Native education. And so that's a really big thing.
Oh yes, and again, this started as soon as they arrived here, and as you mentioned, many of the children of the chiefs, because they were considered the elites, and they would take their children, and originally they were taking them to Cuba, and under the guise of educating them in their language so that they would be able to communicate and bring the language back to the chiefs so that they could then teach everyone else the languages and everything. However, in actuality, what they were doing is that they were really stripping them of and taking them away from the things that were part of their culture.
Yeah, you could even go as far as the paganism that they were saying that Native Americans were practicing, and the things that would occur by labeling a group of people that, you know, lynching, burnings, killings, or, you know, and everything was considered to be okay because of the label that they had, because they were practicing a culture or a religion or some kind of spiritual ceremony that was different from, you know, the new Americans coming in.
Yes, and many times they were punished for practicing these things, and they were punished, and so with them being punished for doing some of the ritual things, then again this was them stripping them of their ceremonies, their culture, and just very slowly and methodically taking those things away from the indigenous people.
Okay, and so I'm just going to I'm just going to go over the list so that we can make sure people at least get the 8 techniques, and then we'll go back and keep going over them to make sure we have enough time for the people. And so the next ones are economic, biological, physical, religious, and moral. And I just wanted to make sure that we could get all of those out for the people before we went back.
Okay.
And so let's go back. Now we're at the economic stage now. And the economic states that resources are shifted from the occupied to the occupier. This does not necessarily result in such extremes as starvation, although it may. The occupier may provide incentives to the target group to renounce their group identification. Members of the indigenous groups may also be penalized by losing property if they persist in identifying themselves with their former group. And that's,
that right there, the loss of their land and their resources.
Right, and our language also.
Oh, yes.
And I mean, they would enslave groups and totally take them away from their land and then sell them, to the new colonizers that would then buy the slaves that may have been on that property so that they could farm with it, so that they could build on it, and so that they would know how to live, because again, these people did not necessarily know how to survive in America when they first came here.
Right, exactly.
So definitely. Now, I have here in my notes that 1700s, British started causing wars with unfriendly tribes, and then I have a land scandal.
Yeah, well, there were so many different tactics that were utilized that robbed the indigenous people of their land.
Well, I mean, even and just to finish at this point, resources are shifted from the occupied to the occupier. We can even talk about the reservation, the Native American reservations today, and how little resources the natives that do reside on these reservations has, unless you have a casino. If you don't have a casino, your resources are very limited on what you and your people can do. And, as far as being able to grow, as far as being able to support, the clan or the tribe itself.
Yes.
So definitely that could fit as far as indigenous or native population is concerned. And, well, just real quick, let's go biological. And biological states that policies are put in place to decrease the birth rate of the occupied group. Marriages may be forbidden and sex is separated. And
yes, okay, and one thing that I would like to point out there is that that it was believed that hybrid races or mixed breed races were being created here in the United States. And
well, you know what? Let's pause there for a moment, and we will get to that after this break.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
So thank you for staying tuned to An American Deception, and we'll be right back. Greetings and welcome back to An American Deception, Genocide and Native Americans. So before the break, we were talking about biological genocide, and I know you had some things that you wanted to state.
Yes, and we were talking about mixed races, and really it was believed that these mixed races would eventually die out. And that was because hybrids in the plant world, and hybrids are a mixture of two different types of plants or animals, that hybrids do not reproduce very well. So it was believed that the same thing would happen in the humans, in the human race. So it was believed that these mixed races would be fewer in numbers, that they would be less able to continue their race, and less able to adapt to the conditions of existence. So it was really believed that by mixing in these races, that the races would eventually die out. So they did it on both sides. It was done by infiltrating the Native American tribes and marrying into the Native American tribes, and it was also done by infiltrating some of the Native Americans into the slave population. So it was done both ways to really, in actuality, to to breed them out of existence.
Breed the Native Americans out,
Yes.
so that they would have just the two classes
Two
people
classes
here,
of races, yes.
and then they would be able to control and move forward however they wanted to.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I know we're running out of time, and we had a couple more points that we wanted to get to. We have physical, which is this can mean physical debilitation as well as outright annihilation. And so, we can just stay there. And with the physical part, I just like to state slavery. I mean, there's nothing else that we can restate. What happened to the Native Americans as far as the slave trade was concerned definitely can fall underneath this physical genocide.
Oh yes, most definitely. And we are going to be doing a show in the future about this. So, so we're just going to go on to the next topic.
Right, okay. And so now we have religious. And occupiers may seek to disrupt the national or religious systems of the occupied people. And I know that happened with the missions. I think it was the Spanish missions a lot of times, right?
Yes, yes. The Spanish missions is really basically where it started, where they were converting the native people to Christianity. Mm-hmm. But the tactics went on during the centuries, and then by the time the 1800s arrived, is when they were really actually taking children away from their homes and sending them to boarding schools to teach them European culture, European ways. They stripped them of everything of their culture entirely. They cut their hair, changed their clothes, and just stripped them of anything that would remind them of their native culture.
Right, right. Okay, so the last one is moral. And the moral says occupiers may work to weaken the spiritual resistance of the national group. This involves diverting a group's mental energies from moral and national thinking to the desire for a cheap individual pleasure, from the group to the self or to the individual. I like to, that's how I kind of look at that.
Yes, and well, I look at it that, well, the people even as early as the late 1500s and the early 1600s, they were even becoming aware of how things were being taken away from them and that were mentally breaking them down, morally. As a matter of fact, I have some words from a speech from a Native American chief from the late 1590s, I do believe that it was. And it was stated, "They obstruct our dances, banquets, feasts, celebrations, fires, and wars, so that by failing to use them, we lose the ancient valor and dexterity inherited from our ancestors. They persecute our old people, calling them witches. Even our labor disturbs them. They always reprimand us, injure us, oppress us, preach to us, and call us bad Christians, and deprive us of all happiness which our ancestors enjoyed." Now,
so you said this was from the 1500s?
This is the 1500s, and when I first read that statement, I actually thought that it was much later in time, like maybe the 1800s. So I was really surprised to see when that was in the late 1500s.
Okay. All right, well, we're coming to the end of our program today, but before we finish, we wanted to just state that there are other very, very important factors with respects to genocide that haven't been discussed. Most importantly, as far as we're concerned, is omission and assimilation. And I hope to be able to get to those shows later where we can actually go into the topic more in depth. What about omission and genocide, and what about assimilation and genocide? And this actually will relate more to us as a people today, and what happened to us. We like to thank you for tuning in. Again, my name is Tyler Sanders, also known as Red Toe Hawk. I'd like to thank our guest, Renee Sanders, also known as Red Silver Fox. We hope you enjoyed the show, and we hope we see you again next time on An American Deception. Peace.
Peace.
to share any of the profits with the Redskins because the trademark is no longer protected. Now, the Redskins were hit with a similar ruling back in 1999, but it was thrown out on appeal, and Redskins attorneys now say they will also appeal this decision, and they expect to win. But for now, critics of the Redskins logo and Democratic lawmakers are cheering this decision, with Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid saying this. Listen.
Daniel Snyder says it's about tradition.
The Atlanta Braves and the Tomahawk Chop, and the Cleveland Indians with teeth from one ear to the other ear with a red face and tomahawk. It has a tremendous psychological effect on our children. And that's why we're standing here today in unity and solidarity, Indian people and non-Indian, to put a stop to that type of racism, ignorance, and cultural genocide that's still going on against Indian people here in America.
100 years later, the Negro is still languished in the corners of American society and finds himself in exile in his own land. In exile in his own land. In his own land. 100 years later, the Negro is still languished in the corners of American society and finds himself in exile in his own land.
Filthy.
When I was reading to prepare for this interview, I was quite surprised to see you use the word Aborigines talking about African Americans. You use the word Aborigines talking about African Americans. You use the word Aborigines talking about African Americans. You use the word Aborigines talking about African Americans.
You know, race relations issues, things like that. I mean, I have a freedom that a lot of people don't have because of that.
Because you use the word Aborigine.
Because I've been through the fire.
Make it last. Gonna make it last, make it last. Make it last, make it last. Gonna make it last, make it last. Make it last, gonna make it last, make it last. Yeah, you're running out of time. Yeah. So make it last all night. Make it last, make it last. Make it last, make it last. Make it last, make it last. Make it last, make it last.
On a serious note, to the extent that black relationships have survived as they have, what say you about that 400 years later?
It is amazing that black relationships have lasted for 400 years. They lasted this morning. They're also going to last tonight, and you may not even know the person to whom you're going to have the relationship with. But they do tend to go over. Relationships do go over like that. And as we move into what has happened to this, I know that our relationships sometimes really reach a low ebb. That's one of the reasons why we wrote the book, How to Find and Keep a BMW, a Black Man Working. That was spelled out in there. It's just very serious. Because relationships, our relationships didn't start yesterday or last week. It also started 400 years ago when those 19 persons were here. And I want you to remember something very important that one of our by any means necessary power brokers told us, and that was Malcolm X. He said, if we can only remember that you didn't land at Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on you. And it's very essential that we kind of keep this in place. And knowing that these are the things that happen, then we have to move more to change it. See, we have a system that would not like to see black males and black females together. They would not like to see that happening at all. Because once we come together, they understand the power of the strength of the black woman, the queen of the universe. They know that, her strength. They also know the power of the black male, the warrior. If you would turn him loose, he will protect also his family and things that need to be done. And because they understand that if our relationships are together, then they will lose. But if our relationships are torn up, then we can forever be treated in certain ways by the oppressors. That's why they gave us something called integration, which is nothing but the illusion of inclusion. They gave us this. They actually gave their statement. And when they gave that statement, it meant that they could go right into your homes. They went into the black homes now, the powers that be, and told us that you cannot discipline your children anymore. And if you discipline your children, you will go into jail. It's this kind of thing they told us. Now, this is amazing that, you know, the black parents who in Africa, that was out of the question. Some social worker come in there saying you can't discipline your children, the social worker would disappear. As you all know, this kind of thing would go on. You would be sitting in a place like this, and all you had to do was act up and do something wrong, and all your mother had to do was to glance in your direction. Do y'all remember that? And you remember that the glance meant, don't let me have to get up and come over there. And every once in a while in the black family, there was a fool who would challenge the glance. And if you could get home over the foot, over the ironing cart, over whatever, you were sent to the backyard to get something off the peach tree. And if you brought something in that was too short, God forbid that you would do something like that. But then it got so terrible in frightening us. This is why we got to take this back. And this is the best part of our action plan, is to reclaim the minds of our children. Because then they went into the public schools and took discipline out of there. So when we acted up in there, they put our boys, our black men, into something called special ed classes. And as you know, those special ed classes are nothing but holding cells until they can go to the state prison. But this is what they did. And then, the one thing that they knew, that if we can put them in prison, if we can have them convicted for a felony, then once they get out of prison, they cannot get a job. Because of that, they cannot get the job. And then if they happen to eke out and find a job, then they have to pay taxes on a job, yet they cannot vote, and I call that taxation without representation. That's what we're looking at. And if one of the things that we would learn to do, they did a grand thing when they took that discipline away from us, because when they made our parents afraid to discipline the children, then what happened? We found out that the teachers were afraid of the principals were scared of the superintendent was scared of the school board was scared of the parents were scared of the children, and the children ain't scared of nobody. The last statement, the reason why we're so pleased to have the covenant, it makes all of this type foolishness stop. It's going on under Angela Glover in San Francisco. It's all over the country, and they're all saying we finally have a movement where we can take back over the minds of our children. And the first thing we got to take over, the covenant taught us that we do not have to have black leaders anymore. It told us because everyone in this room is empowered to be a black leader. Everyone in this room. Because see, right now, these people that you're calling black leaders are not what they used to be with Marcus Garvey's day. They're not what they used to be back in the days of W.E.B. Du Bois or Martin Luther King. Those were the people that got us together and planted a strategy, and we're not looking for fame. But today's black leaders, I'm afraid, have become leading blacks. And don't ever confuse leading blacks with black leaders. Let me tell you why you don't do that. One of the reasons you don't confuse them, black leaders are chosen by you. They're chosen by the people they're going to lead. They're chosen by us. But let me tell you about the leading blacks. The leading blacks are chosen by the media. Leading blacks are chosen by ABC, all broadcasting Caucasians.
Should I stop her or let her go?
Now this is the last one. Leading blacks are also chosen by NBC. Nothing broadcasting but Caucasians. And the rest are chosen by CBS, the Caucasian broadcasting system. And when you allow leaders to be chosen by the media that's owned by the corporations, when you get ready to change your lives, when you get ready to demonstrate, when you get ready to march, when you get ready to come to the covenant, when you get ready to endorse and make Tavis one of our next elected officials, well, what happens? Then you must take the time to carefully watch and see what the leading blacks are doing, because that's when the leading blacks sneak into the door to the corporations, and they will tell the corporations, oh, we know how to go and put them down. We know how to get you some real affirmative action Negroes to come in here and work. We know how to do that. But at the end of the day, the leading blacks lead the corporations, and the leading blacks have gotten paid while we have gotten played.
by definition, a slave is a person that is disarmed.
For too long, African Americans have been on the wrong side of the gun, from the racial motivation of slavery to the white supremacy movement, to today's escalating black-on-black crime. The politically correct view that a disarmed black community is a safe community is only safe for those who seek control.
The black community went from being disarmed, being mistreated, being enslaved because of a lack of access to guns, ultimately went through a period of saying, aha, we have the right to bear arms, we're going to make sure it's respected, to a period where now the gun is the main tool of maintenance of the narco economy, which is the only economy in the African American community.
400 years of injustice. 400 years of being on the wrong side of the gun. It's time for change.
Why is the gangbanger who has the Saturday night special in his pocket given more rights than the average everyday citizen? Even though he was illegally armed, he has a right to defend himself, and you have not the ability to defend yourself.
So if the law says that I can't buy a certain gun, that if I can't carry a gun a certain way, I abide by that because I'm law-abiding. But the criminals are the ones that carry, buy any type of guns that they want, and are empowered.
The basic right of every American is the right to self-defense. Take away that right, and the individual is powerless.
It's not unusual for America in its long history to disarm or seek to disarm undesirable populations.
Gun control laws have kept African Americans in their place for hundreds of years. From the earliest days of slavery up until the mid-1800s, blatantly written gun control laws prohibited slaves and freed slaves from owning firearms.
Be it further enacted that if any Negro shall presume to carry arms whatsoever, he shall be whipped with 21 lashes.
With the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1866, African Americans were given the right to bear arms, but new laws were written in such a way to exclude blacks from purchasing guns.
The greatest service the authorities can render the city now is to disarm every Negro, search every Negro house, and arrest everyone who is...
Inexpensive handguns were banned, or high taxes were imposed to keep guns out of the financial reach of a mostly poor black community.
There's been various statutes throughout every state that had sizable African American populations after slavery to restrict, through black codes, the ability for blacks to be armed.
In 1941, Florida Supreme Court Justice Buford declared the original 1893 Florida Gun Control Act was passed with the purpose of disarming Negro laborers. The statute was never intended to be applied to the white population. In the 1960s, when armed blacks took to the streets in the race riots in Los Angeles, Newark, and Chicago, the laws were once again rewritten. In a futile attempt to curb the violence, Congress passed the 1968 Gun Control Act. Public outcry for the restrictions of guns after the assassinations of Dr. Martin Luther King and Robert Kennedy hid the true purpose of the legislation.
It was Robert Sherrill writing on the 1968 legislation who stated that it was really an attempt to restrict arms for black people.
Championed by Senator Thomas Dodd and signed into law by President Johnson, the 68 Gun Control Act used shrewdly crafted language to give the authorities control to dictate who could and who could not own a firearm and what types of firearms Americans can own.
Thomas Dodd from Connecticut, a Connecticut Yankee, goes to the Library of Congress and gets the actual gun act that the Nazis had passed in 1938, and he has it translated into English.
The '68 Gun Control Act was written and in some cases almost copied word for word from the same laws the Nazis used in 1938 to control undesirable populations in Hitler's Germany. Both documents categorize and restrict firearms to certain individuals. Both documents are based on racial fear.
And so they take this document and they use it to draft legislation to start requiring more licensing and more constriction of the right to keep and bear arms.
When I found out what the restrictions were, I was very surprised. Each town, each police chief has the discretion of whether to give a license or not. There is just not one set rule. It seems that a lot of black people, and especially young black men, are held to a higher standard. Maybe you have a drunk driving record, and that would be enough to disqualify you, where legally it's not. It's not a felony conviction. Whereas maybe somebody from the suburbs that's white and maybe from a more influential family would have the same exact record as you do, but would not be denied. It's kind of subtle discrimination.
It seems unthinkable today that legislation is still being written to keep minorities in their place, but it is. Purchasing a firearm requires the applicant to fill out a federal form to verify their race. Restrictive gun laws, gun bans, warrantless searches of public housing, and the confiscation of firearms in major cities continue to deprive minorities of their right to protect and defend themselves.
Violence is increasing. The number of gun-related deaths is increasing yearly. So it should be rather obvious that the gun laws are not working because things are not getting better. They're making more and more laws and it's getting worse.
Gun control has not worked. The federal government's own Centers for Disease Control can't show conclusive evidence that reducing guns reduces violence. Yet, these facts are dismissed. Historically, more guns in the hands of decent, law-abiding citizens has had the opposite effect. In 1964, the desegregation of Jonesboro, Louisiana High School was threatened by local authorities with fire hoses. 4 armed black men arrived with loaded shotguns. Without firing a shot, the mob dispersed and the authorities retreated. The students entered the school without incident. Those men were members of the Deacons for Defense, an armed citizens militia founded in Jonesboro, Louisiana. The Deacons were everyday citizens who by 1965 had organized into more than 50 chapters throughout the South in self-defense from the Ku Klux Klan.
In 1964, down in Louisiana, there were all types of demonstrations going on by freedom riders. Many times, the demonstrations would be met by armed white resistance. People were dying and being shot and intimidated because they were unarmed. And basically, because they were unarmed, they were also being denied the right to vote.
The Deacons protected civil rights workers for CORE, the Congress of Racial Equality, who were registering voters in Louisiana and Mississippi. They patrolled black neighborhoods and protected black churches where CORE was holding voting rights seminars.
These were regular, everyday people. They were not some paramilitary group. The thing that made them different is they were veterans from the Korean War. They were veterans from World War II. And so they did have the training and they did have the discipline that came from being veterans. Once the Klansmen and the white citizen consular and the deputy sheriff that was wearing the sheet at night learned that these deacons for defense would shoot back, then they were not as readily willing to go and pounce upon them in the wee hours of the morning.
Are you going to do something about it?
Because now they knew that, well, the right to bear arms is providing constitutional rights for these blacks, irrespective of the fact that we want to take away their civil rights. They're fighting on solid ground.
The effectiveness of the deacons in deterring violence was so great that Dr. Martin Luther King and Floyd McKissick of CORE hired the deacons to protect the marchers from Klan aggression in the 1966 March Against Fear.
The very effect of armed resistance in the name of civil rights is what really casts a new enthusiasm into the civil rights movement at a critical time. When the right to bear arms is put in the proper perspective historically, then people will see that the African American community having guns to protect themselves, not from crooked cops and police brutality, but from the culture of drugs and gangs because of a war going on due to the narco economy. And so until we address why are these people armed, why are they shooting, we're not going to be able to create an oasis of redevelopment in the inner cities of America.
Inner city violence is directly related to the black market for illegal drugs, gangs, and drug dealers' turf wars. Today's war on drugs, like alcohol prohibition in the 1920s, share many similarities. Back then, gangsters and bootleggers took to the streets to protect their territories. Homicide rates skyrocketed at the beginning of Prohibition, then took a huge drop after its repeal. Homicide rates again spiked in the early 1970s when President Nixon declared America's war on drugs. More than 35 years later, homicide rates in America's inner cities fluctuate but continue to peak.
We've got to stop the demonization of guns. We've got to encourage law-abiding citizens to arm themselves. And then we have to circulate that information throughout the high crime areas.
Government published facts speak volumes on the effectiveness of armed citizens. According to the U.S. Bureau of Justice Statistics, 57% of polled felons agree criminals are more worried about meeting an armed victim than they are about running into the police. And, according to the U.S. Department of Justice, the probability of serious injury to women during an attack is 2.5 times greater when they are unarmed.
If women were able to freely carry firearms, there would be less chance of somebody looking at them as a victim. There would be less crime committed against women because a criminal would have to question, is this woman armed?
And, according to the Bureau of Justice Statistics, 550 rapes and 1,100 murders are prevented every day just by showing a gun.
We've got to tell the other side of the story about the hundreds of thousands of times in America where guns are used to stop violence and to stop a crime from being committed.
The police aren't there to protect us. They are there to enforce laws and to arrest criminals once they are criminals, once they have committed a crime. But they're not our personal bodyguards, so I have to do that for myself. No matter how many gun control laws they put into effect, no matter how much they try to restrict it, even if they make it illegal for anybody to own guns, there's going to be a black market.
The community does not get safer when the criminals are told there's no guns available on the part of law-abiding citizens.
People are going to have access to firearms, and the ones that are going to have them are going to be the criminals.
That's like an open season for crime.
It's just like drugs are illegal, and it's a booming business.
History has a habit of repeating itself. Now, As it was back then, politicians and community leaders wrongly claim less guns means less violence. Now, as it was back then, politicians and community leaders wrongly misguide the public in believing that the police and not the community can best provide protection, even though the Supreme Court has publicly stated that state and local governments do not have an obligation to protect citizens from criminal harm.
Guns are a convenient target that disingenuous civil rights leaders and politicians hide behind because they don't want to address the real problem, which is why are all the black youth dropping out of high school and getting guns.
Gun control advocate Sarah Brady, wife of James Brady, whose name is on the 1993 Brady Bill Violence Protection Act, purchased her own son a high-powered rifle.
I think they're misguided, and I think it's a hot issue.
We can always get a bunch of politicians, well, here's the mayor, here's the alderman, here's the state rep, here's the state, well, here's the president of the Senate. They'll always come out to a press conference where they can put on a shirt and a tie and insinuate that they're there to protect the children. It resonates with voters. It's something that's unquestionable in terms of its merit, and it's something that's patently wrong in terms of the gun control issue, because gun control does not protect the children.
Fact is, a child up to the age of 14 is 4 times more likely to drown, 4 times more likely to die in a fire, and 13 times more likely to die in an auto collision than from a firearm accident.
And that's a message that has to be driven home. What we've got to do is create a solidarity for gun owners that are across the political spectrum, across the racial spectrum. I think that it's high time that blacks, whites, all Americans of goodwill realize that the sacred right to self-defense is at risk in America during the next 4 years in an Obama administration, with Eric Holder going in as Attorney General. Why? Not because they're bad people, but because their philosophy is such that drying up the availability of guns will create greater safety. So I think that what we're looking for is not to be found with gun control, but can only be found when citizens take it upon themselves to protect themselves and their property.
For too long, community leaders, ministers, and politicians have failed to reject the gun control lies. For too long, African Americans have lost control of our neighborhoods. For too long, African Americans have been denied the right to keep and bear arms. For too long, African Americans have been victims of criminals, drug dealers, and dangerous gun control policy. For too long, African Americans have been on the wrong side of the gun.
We have to remain vigilant. We have to challenge the Congress when they try to bring about these new gun control laws, and we have to educate the African American community and other communities in America the racist roots of what gun control is really all about.
Spirituality is a way of accepting the fact that there is a spiritual force in the universe larger than all of mankind. But someone had to come along and invent a word called God. And someone had to say of another God and say, mine is better than yours. And someone had to create faith. Someone said, I have the true faith. Religion is the organization of spirituality. into something that became the handmaiden of conquerors. Nearly all religions were brought to people and imposed on people by conquerors and used as the framework to control their minds. My main point here is that if you are a child of God and God is a part of you, then in your imagination, God's supposed to look like you. And when you accept a picture of the deity assigned to you by another people, you become the spiritual prisoners of that other people.
The representation of God should always be the great. It should always be the black, because it can produce all things. The representation of God should always be the great. It should always be the black, because it can produce all things. The representation of God should always be the great. It should always be the black, because it can produce all things. The representation of God should always be the great. It should always be the black.
Are referred to as researchers. The word is R-E, researchers. Why? It's because I'm not doing anything new. Myself and others like me who are referred to as writers, authors, and researchers are merely researching, meaning other people have done the searching, other people have dug out the facts, and many centuries ago, maybe many thousands of years ago. And so this is what happens in a court. If you're going to make a decision in a court, you have to do some research. Go back into the records and see what the courts before you have said. See what the judges have said 30 years ago about this particular subject. So what you're doing is you're researching. Do it again. And so today, the way young people need to understand is that there's knowledge out there that you haven't been given. And you need to research that knowledge. And the way it's done is very simply, you don't confront authority. Just go to the library, especially today with the technology that exists on the web. All you have to do is go on the web and start researching words and terms and symbols and how government works. Where do religions come from? Where do the religious ideas that we espouse and the things that we talk about in Christianity and Judaism and Islam, where do these ideas even come from? How did these great religious movements get started? And where does the money come from? And what is the connection between religion and governments today? It's very interesting when you start looking at the oil companies. For many years, oil companies, most people don't know this because they don't study it, but oil companies have been financing churches, Protestant and Catholic churches, especially Protestant churches, have been getting a lot of money from oil corporations for their missionary movements. A lot of the big churches have huge missionary movements financed by the oil companies. There was a large book, a very thick book, written many years ago that you might be able to find in the library called Thy Will Be Done. And it had about 6 different authors, but the book is called Thy Will Be Done. And it's a very thick book, documented every page about how the oil companies are financing churches for their missionary movements, sending missionaries out to different countries to prepare them for Christianity and for the Lord, and then when the people are now acclimated to the new Christian environment in their country, now quietly the oil companies can come in, now they can send in the CIA and all of these secret societies and government. They can begin to come into the country and set up the apparatus for the oil companies, for the corporations. But they needed to get the people's approval first, so we send in the Christian missionaries. Go read the book, Thy Will Be Done. But I was again suggesting that what we want to do is to educate the young people and educate people generally, a little by little by little. It's very difficult to spring new ideas on people. But as it was proven in China, with the young people who were spreading the concept of freedom and liberty and dignity on tapes throughout China, which caused the Tiananmen Revolution, I suggest the same thing might want to be done now. Young people ought to begin to talk to each other, begin to the more you begin to investigate what we think we understand, where we came from, what we think we're doing, the more you begin to see we've been lied to. We've been lied to by every institution. What makes you think for 1 minute that the religious institution is the only one that's never been touched? The religious institutions of this world are at the bottom of the dirt. The religious institutions in this world are put there by the same people who gave you your government, your corrupt education, to set up your international banking cartels. We have been misled away from the true and divine presence in the universe that men have called God. I don't know what God is, but I know what He isn't. And unless and until you are prepared to look at the whole truth, and wherever it may go, whoever it may lead to, the more you educate yourself, the more you understand where things come from, the more obvious things become, and you begin to see lies everywhere. You have to know the truth and seek the truth, and the truth will set you free.
Because I got to tell you the truth, folks. I got to tell you the truth. When it comes to bullshit, big time, major league bullshit, you have to stand in awe of the all-time champion of false promises and exaggerated claims, religion. Think about it. Religion has actually convinced people that there's an invisible man living in the sky who watches everything you do every minute of every day. And the invisible man has a special list of 10 things he does not want you to do. And if you do any of these 10 things, he has a special place full of fire and smoke and burning and torture and anguish where he will send you to live and suffer and burn and choke and scream and cry forever and ever till the end of time. But he loves you. He loves you and he needs money. He always needs money. He's all powerful, all perfect, all knowing, and all wise. Somehow just can't handle money. Religion takes in billions of dollars, they pay no taxes, and they always need a little more. Now, you talk about a good bullshit story. Holy shit.
This is the sun. As far back as 10,000 BC, history is abundant with carvings and writings reflecting people's respect and adoration for this object. And it is simple to understand why, as every morning the sun would rise, bringing vision, warmth, and security, saving man from the cold, blind, predator-filled darkness of night. Without it, the cultures understood the crops would not grow and life on the planet would not survive. These realities made the sun the most adored object of all time. Likewise, they were also very aware of the stars. The tracking of the stars allowed them to recognize and anticipate events which occurred over long periods of time, such as eclipses and full moons. They in turn cataloged celestial groups into what we know today as constellations. This is the cross of the zodiac, one of the oldest conceptual images in human history. It reflects the sun as it figuratively passes through the 12 major constellations over the course of a year. It also reflects the 12 months of the year, the 4 seasons, and the solstices and equinoxes. The term zodiac relates to the fact that constellations were anthropomorphized, or personified, as figures or animals. In other words, the early civilizations did not just follow the sun and stars, they personified them with elaborate myths involving their movements and relationships. The sun, with its life-giving and saving qualities, was personified as a representative of the unseen creator or God, God's son, the light of the world, the savior of humankind. Likewise, the 12 constellations represented places of travel for God's son, and were identified by names, usually representing elements of nature that happened during that period of time. For example, Aquarius, the water bearer, who brings the spring rains. This is Horus. He is the sun god of Egypt of around 3000 BC. He is the sun anthropomorphized, and his life is a series of allegorical myths involving the sun's movement in the sky. From the ancient hieroglyphics in Egypt, we know much about this solar messiah. For instance, Horus, being the sun or the light, had an enemy known as Set, and Set was the personification of the darkness or night. And, metaphorically speaking, every morning Horus would win the battle against Set, while in the evening Set would conquer Horus and send him into the underworld. It is important to note that dark versus light, or good versus evil, is one of the most ubiquitous mythological dualities ever known, and is still expressed on many levels to this day. Broadly speaking, the story of Horus is as follows. Horus was born on December 25th of the Virgin Isis Mary. His birth was accompanied by a star in the east, and upon his birth he was adored by 3 kings. At the age of 12, he was a prodigal child teacher, and at the age of 30, he was baptized by a figure known as Anup, and thus began his ministry. Horus had 12 disciples he traveled about with, performing miracles such as healing the sick and walking on water. Horus was known by many gestural names such as the Truth, the Light, God's Anointed Son, the Good Shepherd, the Lamb of God, and many others. After being betrayed by Typhon, Horus was crucified, buried for 3 days, and thus resurrected. These attributes of Horus, whether original or not, seem to permeate many cultures of the world, for many other gods are found to have the same general mythological structure. Attis of Phrygia, born of the Virgin Nana on December 25th, crucified, placed in a tomb, and after 3 days was resurrected. Krishna of India, born of the Virgin Devaki, with a star in the east signaling his coming. He performed miracles with his disciples, and, upon his death, was resurrected. Dionysus of Greece, born of a virgin on December 25th, was a traveling teacher who performed miracles such as turning water into wine. He was referred to as the King of Kings, God's only begotten Son, the Alpha and Omega, and many others. And, upon his death, he was resurrected. Mithra of Persia, born of a virgin on December 25th, he had 12 disciples and performed miracles, and upon his death was buried for 3 days and thus resurrected. He was also referred to as the Truth, the Light, and many others. Interestingly, the sacred day of worship of Mithra was Sunday. The fact of the matter is, there are numerous saviors from different periods from all over the world which subscribe to these general characteristics. The question remains, why these attributes? Why the virgin birth on December 25th? Why dead for 3 days in the inevitable resurrection? Why 12 disciples or followers? To find out, let's examine the most recent of the solar messiahs. Jesus Christ was born of the Virgin Mary on December 25th in Bethlehem. His birth was announced by a star in the east, which 3 kings or magi followed to locate and adorn the new Savior. He was a child teacher at 12, and at the age of 30 he was baptized by John the Baptist, and thus began his ministry. Jesus had 12 disciples, which he traveled about with, performing miracles such as healing the sick, walking on water, raising the dead. He was also known as the King of Kings, the Son of God, the Light of the World, the Alpha and Omega, the Lamb of God, and many, many others. After being betrayed by his disciple Judas and sold for 30 pieces of silver, he was crucified, placed in a tomb, and after 3 days was resurrected and ascended into heaven. First of all, the birth sequence is completely astrological. The star in the east is Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky, which, on December 24th, aligns with the 3 brightest stars in Orion's belt. These 3 bright stars in Orion's belt are called today what they were called in ancient times, the 3 kings. And the 3 kings and the brightest star, Sirius, all point to the place of the sunrise on December 25th. This is why the 3 kings follow the star in the east, in order to locate the sunrise, the birth of the sun. The Virgin Mary is the constellation Virgo, also known as Virgo the Virgin. Virgo in Latin means virgin. Virgo is also referred to as the house of bread, and the representation of Virgo is a virgin holding a sheaf of wheat. This house of bread and its symbol of wheat represents August and September, the time of harvest. In turn, Bethlehem, in fact, literally translates to house of bread. Bethlehem is thus a reference to the constellation Virgo, a place in the sky, not on earth. There's another very interesting phenomenon that occurs around December 25th, or the winter solstice. From the summer solstice to the winter solstice, the days become shorter and colder. And from the perspective of the northern hemisphere, the sun appears to move south and get smaller and more scarce. The shortening of the days and the expiration of the crops when approaching the winter solstice symbolize the process of death to the ancients. It was the death of the sun. And by December 22nd, the sun's demise was fully realized, for the sun, having moved south continually for 6 months, makes it to its lowest point in the sky. Here a curious thing occurs. The sun stops moving south, at least perceivably, for 3 days. And during this 3-day pause, the sun resides in the vicinity of the Southern Cross, or Crux, constellation. And after this time, on December 25th, the sun moves 1 degree, this time north, foreshadowing longer days, warmth, and spring. And thus it was said, the sun died on the cross, was dead for 3 days, only to be resurrected or born again. This is why Jesus and numerous other sun gods share the crucifixion, 3-day death, and resurrection concept. It is the sun's transition period before it shifts its direction back into the northern hemisphere, bringing spring and thus salvation. However, they did not celebrate the resurrection of the sun until the spring equinox, or Easter. This is because at the spring equinox the sun officially overpowers the evil darkness, as daytime thereafter becomes longer in duration than the night, and the revitalizing conditions of spring emerge. Now, probably the most obvious of all the astrological symbolism around Jesus regards the 12 disciples. They are simply the 12 constellations of the zodiac, which Jesus, being the sun, travels about with. In fact, the number 12 is replete throughout the Bible. Coming back to the cross of the zodiac, the figurative life of the sun, this was not just an artistic expression or tool to track the sun's movement. It was also a pagan spiritual symbol, the shorthand of which looked like this. This is not a symbol of Christianity. It is a pagan adaptation of the cross of the zodiac. This is why Jesus in early occult art is always shown with his head on the cross, for Jesus is the Son of God, the light of the world, the risen Savior who will come again, as it does every morning, the glory of God who defends against the works of darkness as he is born again every morning and can be seen coming in the clouds up in heaven with his crown of thorns or sun rays. Now, of the many astronomical metaphors in the Bible, one of the most important has to do with the ages. Throughout the scriptures, there are numerous references to the age. In order to understand this, we need to be familiar with a phenomenon known as the precession of the equinoxes. The ancient Egyptians, along with cultures long before them, recognized that approximately every 2150 years, the sunrise on the morning of the spring equinox would occur in a different sign of the zodiac. This has to do with a slow, angular wobble that the Earth maintains as it rotates on its axis. It is called a precession because the constellations go backwards rather than through the normal yearly cycle. The amount of time it takes for the precession to go through all 12 signs is roughly 25,765 years. This is also called the Great Year, and ancient societies were very aware of this, and they referred to each 2150-year period as an age. From 4300 BC to 2150 BC, it was the age of Taurus, the bull. From 2150 BC to 1 AD, it was the age of Aries, the ram. And from 1 AD to 2150 AD, it is the age of Pisces, the age we are still in to this day. And in and around 2150, we will enter the new age, the age of Aquarius. Now, the Bible reflects, broadly speaking, a symbolic movement through 3 ages while foreshadowing a 4th. In the Old Testament, when Moses comes down Mount Sinai with the 10 Commandments, he is very upset to see his people worshiping a golden bull calf. In fact, he shattered the stone tablets and instructed his people to kill each other in order to purify themselves. Most biblical scholars will attribute this anger to the fact that the Israelites were worshiping a false idol or something to that effect. The reality is, the golden bull is Taurus the bull, and Moses represents the new age of Aries the ram. This is why Jews even today still blow the ram's horn. Moses represents the new age of Aries, and upon the new age, everyone must shed the old age. Other deities mark these transitions as well, such as Mithra, a pre-Christian god who kills the bull in the same symbology. Now Jesus is the figure who ushers in the age following Aries, the age of Pisces, or the 2 fish. Fish symbolism is very abundant in the New Testament. Jesus feeds 5,000 people with bread and 2 fish. When he begins his ministry walking along Galilee, he befriends 2 fishermen who follow him. And I think we have all seen the Jesus fish on the back of people's cars. Little do they know what it actually means. It is a pagan astrological symbolism for the sun's kingdom during the age of Pisces. Also, Jesus' assumed birth date is essentially the start of this age. At Luke 22:10, when Jesus is asked by his disciples where the last Passover would be, Jesus replies, "Behold, when ye are entered into the city, there shall a man meet you, bearing a pitcher of water. Follow him into the house where he entereth in." This scripture is by far one of the most revealing of all the astrological references. The man bearing the pitcher of water is Aquarius, the water bearer, who is always pictured as a man pouring out a pitcher of water. He represents the age after Pisces, and when the sun, God's Son, leaves the age of Pisces, Jesus, it will go into the house of Aquarius, as Aquarius follows Pisces in the precession of the equinoxes. All Jesus is saying is that after the age of Pisces will come the age of Aquarius. Now, we have all heard about the end times and the end of the world. The cartoonish depictions in the book of Revelation aside, The main source of this idea comes from Matthew 28:20, where Jesus says, "I will be with you even to the end of the world." However, in the King James Version, world is a mistranslation, among many mistranslations. The actual word being used is eon, which means age. I will be with you even to the end of the age, which is true, as Jesus' solar Piscean personification will end when the sun enters the age of Aquarius. The entire concept of end times and the end of the world is a misinterpreted astrological allegory. Let's tell that to the approximately 100 million people in America who believe the end of the world is coming. Furthermore, the character of Jesus being a literary and astrological hybrid is most explicitly a plagiarization of the Egyptian sun god Horus. For example, inscribed about 3,500 years ago on the walls at the Temple of Luxor in Egypt are images of the Annunciation, the miracle conception, the birth, and the adoration of Horus. The images begin with Thoth announcing to the Virgin Isis that she will conceive Horus, then Neph, the Holy Ghost, impregnating the Virgin, and then the virgin birth and the adoration. This is exactly the story of Jesus' miracle conception. In fact, the literary similarities between the Egyptian religion and the Christian religion are staggering. And the plagiarism is continuous. The story of Noah and Noah's Ark is taken directly from tradition. The concept of the Great Flood is ubiquitous throughout the ancient world, with over 200 cited claims in different periods and times. However, one need look no further for a pre-Christian source than the Epic of Gilgamesh, written in 2600 BC. This story talks of a great flood commanded by God, an ark with saved animals upon it, and even the release and return of a dove, all held in common with the biblical story, among many other similarities. And then there is the plagiarized story of Moses. Upon Moses' birth, it is said that he was placed in a reed basket and set adrift in a river in order to avoid infanticide. He was later rescued by a daughter of royalty and raised by her as a prince. This baby in a basket story was lifted directly from the myth of Sargon of Akkad of around 2250 BC. Sargon was born, placed in a reed basket in order to avoid infanticide, and set adrift in a river. He was in turn rescued and raised by Aki, a royal midwife. Furthermore, Moses is known as the lawgiver, the giver of the Ten Commandments, the Mosaic Law. However, the idea of a law being passed from God to a prophet up on a mountain is also a very old motif. Moses is just another lawgiver in a long line of lawgivers in mythological history. In India, Manu was the great lawgiver. In Crete, Minos ascended Mount Dicta, where Zeus gave him the sacred laws, while in Egypt there was Meses, who carried stone tablets and upon them the laws of God were written. Manu, Minos, Meses, Moses. And as far as the Ten Commandments, they are taken outright from spell 125 in the Egyptian Book of the Dead. What the Book of the Dead phrased, "I have not stolen," became "Thou shalt not steal." "I have not killed," became "Thou shalt not kill." "I have not told lies," became "Thou shalt not bear false witness," and so forth. In fact, the Egyptian religion is likely the primary foundational basis for the Judeo-Christian theology. Baptism, afterlife, final judgment, virgin birth, death and resurrection, crucifixion, the Ark of the Covenant, circumcision, saviors, Holy Communion, Great Flood, Easter, Christmas, Passover, and many, many more are all attributes of Egyptian ideas long predating Christianity and Judaism. Justin Martyr, one of the first Christian historians and defenders, wrote, "When we say that he, Jesus Christ, our teacher, was produced without sexual union, was crucified and died and rose again and ascended into heaven, we propound nothing different from what you believe regarding those who you esteem sons of Jupiter." In a different writing, Justin Martyr said, "He was born of a virgin, except this in common with what you believe of Perseus." It's obvious that Justin and other early Christians knew how similar Christianity was to the pagan religions. However, Justin had a solution. As far as he was concerned, the devil did it. The devil had the foresight to come before Christ and create his characteristics in the pagan world.
Fundamentalist Christianity, fascinating. These people actually believe the world is 12,000 years old. Swear to God. I actually asked one of these guys, okay, dinosaur fossils. He says, dinosaur fossils? God put those here to test our faith. I think God put you here to test my faith, dude.
The Bible is nothing more than an astrotheological literary hybrid, just like nearly all religious myths before it. In fact, the aspect of transference of one character's attributes to a new character can be found within the book itself. In the Old Testament, there is the story of Joseph. Joseph was a prototype for Jesus. Joseph was born of a miracle birth. Jesus was born of a miracle birth. Joseph was of 12 brothers. Jesus had 12 disciples. Joseph was sold for 20 pieces of silver. Jesus was sold for 30 pieces of silver. Brother Judah suggests the sale of Joseph. Disciple Judas suggests the sale of Jesus. Joseph began his work at the age of 30. Jesus began his work at the age of 30. The parallels go on and on. Furthermore, is there any non-biblical historical evidence of any person living with the name Jesus, the son of Mary, who traveled about with 12 followers, healing people and the like? There are numerous historians who lived in and around the Mediterranean, either during or soon after the assumed life of Jesus. How many of these historians document this figure? Not one. However, to be fair, that doesn't mean defenders of the historical Jesus haven't claimed the contrary. 4 historians are typically referenced to justify Jesus' existence. Pliny the Younger, Suetonius, and Tacitus are the first 3. Each one of their entries consists of only a few sentences at best, and only referred to Christus or the Christ, which in fact is not a name but a title. It means the Anointed One. The 4th source is Josephus, and this source has been proven to be a forgery for hundreds of years. Sadly, it is still cited as truth. You would think that a guy who rose from the dead and ascended into heaven for all eyes to see and performed the wealth of miracles acclaimed to him would have made it into the historical record. It didn't, because once the evidence is weighed, there are very high odds that the figure known as Jesus did not even exist.
We don't want to be unkind, but we want to be factual. We don't want to cause hurt feelings, but we want to be academically correct.